Alright, hello. I think I'm streaming, mic's working like I am. I've been, let's see, so it's currently about 5 a.m. It's basically getting to be about the end of my night. I've been working on this all day. I just finished the sketch work. Well, I don't know. I've been doing line work for maybe an hour. But yeah, the sketch work's done. I'll run through and we'll take a look at it, and I don't know, I was kind of bored. I finished watching The Tiger King. So man, that was really good. Like, I was all about that. That was pretty cool. I see why it was so popular. What a story. Jeez, it went all over the place. a lot of crazy people there. I don't know. That was pretty fun. Yeah, I finished that, and then I did a little bit. I'm still watching oh, I'll show you. This is what is currently on my watch list. Is this is Certain Starting Place. See right here. He did this. Did the Right One Win CSP Oscar reviews. They're pretty good. Like, if you want something to kill time, he goes through like all the Oscars since from like, or back up to like 1942. I think that's when it started. I could be off, but somewhere around there. And yeah, he's just been going through every single one, talking about the Oscar winner and its major competitors, and just does a little short review on each of them. Each of the videos like between 10 and 7 minutes long. They've been pretty good. I've enjoyed seeing, like, I'm hearing about a lot of movies that I didn't even know about, basically. So it's been very interesting to watch this. But I've been watching it for, like, I don't know, the last hour. So I was just getting bored, and I figured, why not stream for a little bit? And maybe we stream for like an hour or two while I continue doing some line work. And then, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, let's just get started. Oh, right, I gotta show this stuff, so I will do that. This is what it ended up looking like. So yeah, doing the line work, but we'll take a look at the animation. So you saw run. I'm not gonna do that one again. But we got jumping. You've seen this one. Just a couple frames where he shifts while he's in the air. Some of these are new. We've got that was getting hurt. That's the backflip, but this one is clinging to a wall. So my idea is if he pounces or gets knocked into a wall, he will cling to it and then backflip off of it. So that was my, oh yeah, this is the beginning of backflipping, and then he goes into the backflip. And then this is the front flip sort of thing. So he flips around a lot, basically. Anytime he does a backflip, it'll be off of a wall, basically, I think. So that's what these 3 frames are about. And this one's just getting hurt. That one's doing front flips. So I just kind of like put them all together. Next ones are death animations. They're a little violent. I hate killing monsters. You'd think that all these violent deaths that I've been doing makes me a violent person. But really, every time I get to deaths, I'm like, oh, I don't want to kill it. But I think it's important to have pretty brutal deaths. So this one's, it's not super bad, but yeah, I do cut it in half, and there's a little bit of intestines and spine sticking out. So yeah, you've been warned. It looks like this. So I've just cut them into 2 chunks. There's the top half, which I'm thinking what's going to happen is when you kill it, the legs just kind of like fall and hit the ground, but the head, or the top part, will go spinning off like past the player, basically. And when it hits the ground, it has its own frame. But yeah, that's the top and bottom half, and it's just like a little intestines, a little spinal cord sticking out, which I've done worse deaths. I just hate killing my monsters. This guy's so cool looking too. Oh well. Yeah, that's like the head as it hits the ground, and that's the bottom half. So yeah, pretty simple. I couldn't think of anything like fancy I wanted to do. And I haven't done a lot of getting split in half, like deaths. So this seemed like a pretty easy one to do. I mean, this is just the hurt animation cut in two, and then when it's laying on the ground, it's facing away from the camera. So it's not a lot. It's not very complicated. That's basically what that is. So that's death animations. Idle, I showed this on stream, I think. Or we worked on it on stream. Just a little bit of bobbing. Pouncing, did that one on stream too, right? But we have tail swipe. So this is what that looks like. So yeah, the first little bit, his hands are on the ground, but he's getting ready to spin and just swipes his tail. And this will, I'll probably recycle a lot of this animation as part of like a turning animation too. I can just take a couple frames from here and make it to where he turns around if the player gets behind him. That's really all this is. Howling. So I have solved what happens with his mouth. I actually kind of like what this looks like. He's basically got like a hidden mouth, or like a switchblade. I don't know, it looks like a knife to me for some reason. I don't know, like if you've ever seen a knife blade that's hidden inside of a sheath. It's kind of like the feeling that this gives me. But yeah, it's just like right under his jaw. It comes out, and you can kind of get an idea from it. So that's kind of like more like a jowl than a jaw. But it's also like where his jaw is. So you can imagine he's got like, yeah, a little piece of skin there. So that's kind of like what I was thinking. And that's why it looks like he doesn't have a mouth every other frame, right? That's how I got away with that. So yeah, it just does a little howl. Ooh, right. He's supposed to do this if you ever kill his master. He'll enrage, and then he'll jump around even faster, trying to kill you. Get more aggressive, basically. So the idea is you want to kill both of these enemies at the same time. And then this is for sleeping and sitting and sleeping. So I did a little transition to where he, yeah, this is his idle. Well, his idle's this one, but this is just shifting into a sitting animation. And then there's a couple frames of just a little bit of subtle movement for sitting. And then I also have a shift into sleeping, and then some subtle tail movements for that. So that's all the animations that I've done. Yeah, I was getting pretty, I don't know, I got pretty aggravated while I was doing this one. Mostly just because of my tablet was not functioning very well. Make sure I turn touch back off. I think I might have fixed that. I don't know exactly. I'm not going to say that just yet. But it looks like Microsoft added some new stuff to turn off touch or pen and touch settings. So I just tried to turn all of it off, and I've noticed it's working better, but then there's the occasional moment where it doesn't sense that I have the pen on the tablet, so I'm not 100%, but I do think it is working better than before. And yeah, you just have to go into, if you're curious about this, and you have this problem, you got to go into like pen and, yeah, change your pen settings. And this is like where, yeah, Microsoft added this stuff afterwards, and it's what's messed up all these drawing tablets. It's not just me, everybody's having these problems, but this is what Wacom was recommending you doing. You check, let me use my pen as a mouse in some desktop apps. I don't know exactly what that does, but I turn that on. But down in the bottom, this is what I feel like did more. This click once, these pen shortcuts, I turn them all off. And then allow apps to override shortcut behavior. So, yeah, I got rid of as much of this as possible, and I hope that's gonna fix it. Honestly, I was really thinking about just restoring my computer back to an older version of Windows 10 to, where none of this stuff was put in, to fix it, because I was really getting upset. Every time I would draw a line, every time I would draw a line, what happened? I'm erasing. Okay. Yeah. It's basically, this is what it's like. It's like it draws a little bit and then it picks up and then it draws the rest, right? So there's a little moment here where it forgets that the pen is still on the tablet. And that was happening constantly. So anytime I would go to drag a folder around, like if I was to drag this around, it would move it a little and then drop it, and then it would pick up the next thing and drag it. And oh my goodness, just talking about, ruining my head. But I think I haven't noticed much problem with that. Well, I say that and there it is right there. Maybe that was just me not bearing down enough. It doesn't seem, it's hard to say. We'd be able to see it here. Anytime the beginning of there it is. Yeah, it's not fixed. There it is right there. I did the exact same line every single time, but this one, it forgot that the pen was touching the canvas for a brief second or a brief moment. And that is just enough, so if you're dragging like a folder around, it will drop the folder and then it will pick up this folder and then carry it. Or if you're drawing a line, it'll miss the beginning of the line and then start again. And like, because it misses the pressure sensitivity, which is this, if I have a lot of pressure down and then it upsets and then it does like this weird, it's just the most annoying thing in the world. So anytime I complain about the pen screwing up, that's what I'm talking about. And I don't know, it's been just really bothering me lately. Anyway, I'm doing line work, so let's just forget about all that. I forget what I was on. I was on air stuff? I think I was on air stuff. No, I was on idle. Right. Did I do? Oh yeah, okay, I did death. So I'm like halfway through these already. Well, I say that. This one's like 12 frames. Well, that one was 13. Almost halfway through. Okay. So what I've done here, I drew the feet. I've drawn the head because, well, the feet don't move, and the head I can just copy and paste a lot. Everything else I'll draw from scratch, but start off by copying what can be copied, right? And then placing them, and then draw the other stuff. I don't think this head ever like moves around a lot. Oh, another thing about like the line double clicking or something is it would constantly, anytime I'm trying to make an adjustment like this with the marquee, it would constantly deselect it. I'm telling you, it is really driving me loony. Oh, there we go. And see, anytime I drag the marquee and then it just like stops as I'm in mid drag, it does that a lot. I don't think it's actually fixed. I think it's better though. So maybe if I keep messing with the settings, or I just find out how to delete that stuff from my computer permanently, it would fix the problem, I think. I'm very certain though that it is because of Microsoft's pen and touch settings that has ruined it. So I do think that I could just restore to an older version of Windows to fix that. I don't use this tablet for anything other than art. So all I really want it to do is the artwork really well. If it's not doing that, it's not doing its job. Definitely rotates a little. I don't know. I've downloaded a bunch of music stuff to my computer. I recently bought Omnisphere 2. I was letting a friend do the composing, but I kind of was interested in playing around with it myself too. I think the more I know about it, the easier it will be to describe what I'm looking for. And you never know, I might actually pick up a musical taste or something just by playing with it. It's something that I don't think that I would be too into, but who knows. I never thought I would be into writing when I was a kid, and then I just started. I was writing stuff for school and really started to enjoy it. I wrote a lot of short stories. I tried to write novels, but I could never. I don't know. Yeah, I have trouble doing a long story. I think there's a good reason for that too. Is because when doing a long story, I plan out basically the whole story, and once I know the whole story, I lose like all enthusiasm for telling it. Like, I've already worked out the story in my head, I'm gonna move on to something else. And I found the best ways to do writing for me was very when I don't know what the heck where I'm going with the story and I'm making it up as I go. I found I was enjoying writing way more. That's just a short history of my writing thing. I don't take writing too seriously, and I don't do it much anymore. It's like reading. I stopped reading a while back too. I don't know. That's a weird thing to me. It's like I really enjoyed reading for a while. I've got all my favorite books over there, but that's a hobby that when I stop doing it, that's it, you know. It's kind of strange. Because there's definitely a period where I was reading like non-stop. It just seems weird, like that's one of the hobbies that just it shut off at some point, and I was like, never got back into it. I've always had trouble picking out books I want, though. Because I like stranger types of books. I don't usually gravitate towards the popular ones. I want things that are interesting. And I just don't know what to get right now. Like, I don't know anything about my stories. I think I was considering going with like that the Audible way of like just having it read. Just because that would be a really good thing for these kind of things where I just need some background noise or something going on while I'm drawing. But I've never messed with it. Despite all of the Audible ads I've witnessed. So this guy, there's a lot to do with this one actually. It's not just that simple because this one's gonna have color changing skin, so I'm gonna have to make his body like a solid white on its own sprite. But I'm thinking it's also going to have a few normal variants along with some it's hard to explain, but yeah, it's not just going to be variants. There's also going to be like certain ones with stripes and maybe different features. I'm thinking I'm just going to do stripes. I'm never going to give them like horns or anything. And I'm trying to think, like, what's the player's version? Or, yeah, the player one has to look different. The different, like, pet ones got to look kind of different, I think. Yeah, I don't want them to all look the same. So I'm thinking I'm going to need to draw a couple, like, detail pieces, basically. And then there's, like, whether they got armor or not. Like, this one's going to be... I'm just doing the basics right now. But afterwards, I'm going to have to... When I'm doing variants, it's a lot more than just... like a bandit version and a crater version. There's also, like, just some with stripes and some with, like, different armor. I'm thinking there's two of these things in town that I know of. One belongs to the rancher, and one belongs to Hunter 3. So I'm gonna have to figure out like what they look like. But there's also one that belongs to the champion. So that's 3 variants. There's the basic enemy type, which I'm thinking is just the one that I'm drawing now, without any like extra fluff. But I kind of like this version for the champion, like just a normal version. I mean, that stuff I'm just thinking about it right now. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going to be drawing that until I'm done with this, because all that stuff is put on top of this one and just kind of like merged with the outline. So they'll all be on their own layers, basically. Oh yeah, right. We're going to follow the line. I don't know. I'm feeling like the one that belongs to Hunter 3 is probably going to be a really cool looking one. I'm thinking it's got like a scar on its face or something, you know? It's supposed to look like really badass. The bandit versions will have armor on. The normal town versions will have, well, they'll be very plain. Okay, so there's that much. The one that belongs to the shepherd, I'm thinking it's going to be a smaller one, like basically it's sort of a puppy. Or it's, yeah, just smaller. And maybe it'll have like a scarf on or something like that, kind of like, yeah, farm dog kind of thing. So the one that belongs to the player, I mean, that's a very important one. It's a, you know, it's a character that we control. It should be a good one. But I'm thinking it's just plain. It's going to have the same color as the champion. And I'm thinking I might even do something where it like wears the armor that the champion wears. That would be a lot more work if I did that, because there's a lot of armors to draw. But that would be one way to make it unique without doing anything, you know, too crazy. Well, I mean, that is crazy, but I mean anything like horns or spikes or frills, if I want it to be sleek still. Oh yeah, that leaves out striped versions. Um, hmm. I don't know. There's a lot of ways I could go with that. Why does my Clip Studio theme look like this? What do you mean? What's different about it? different button icons. I don't know. I've never seen anything different than this. I don't know exactly which ones you'd mean. Why did I start it too? That's unusual. No, that might be possible. I haven't updated in a month or two. I updated, I guess it was like a month or two ago, I think. I could update. I hate updating. Something will be changed that I won't like. I just know it. Then again, they could have added some of the features I've been talking about, which would be sweet, like looping. Looping would be great. A lot of new features. Well, maybe I'll update it. You're saying there's new icons though. That makes me think they've changed a lot of the UI. Now I'm curious. I don't really feel like it needed a UI change. What I want is onion layer to allow for looping frames. That would be great. What else would I want Clip Studio to do? Honestly, that's the big one. If they streamline the way animations go on the timeline, that would be nice too. I think it's a little iffy right now. It's kind of like there's a lot of messing up stuff. You can set up a custom light table, like a dark mode, that kind of thing. I mean, dark mode wouldn't be too bad. I don't know. I think it's fine bright. Oh, an onion skin and a light table. Huh. I wonder how old my version is. Sometimes I go a long time without updating. I don't want to accidentally... Oh, I got version information there. Let me take a look. I probably haven't updated in a few months. I am in version 1.8.5. Oh yeah, it's got the serial number here. I'm glad I hid the screen. That would have been bad. 1.8.5. I bet we're on like version 2 or something now, right? Oh, 1.10, okay. I guess they would charge for version 2. Well, yeah, that's pretty old. I'll take a look at it. There might be some good features in there. I'm not going to do it right now because I've got a workflow going and I don't want to interrupt it. I need to get this finished first, and then going from this one into the next one's when I'll look at that. You can streamline animation. I don't know what that means. Is this some sort of newfangled way of animating? Auto action? What I'm talking about is just something simple like when you get to the last frame in an animation, if there's a way of setting up your onion skin to show your first frame again so that you can loop animations more efficiently, because right now it just shows the previous one, and then if you're on the first one it only shows the next one, right? It would be really nice if you could see the one you're going into if you're trying to make a looping animation. Otherwise you got to do the annoying thing of making an additional frame, putting it on the timeline, doing your thing, and then removing it from the timeline. It's just a lot of work so that you can make a proper loop. And that's the kind of thing I would like. I don't think I can't think of anything else that I want. I don't know, I can't go through the hotel. It's kind of a fucked up line. You can show more frames, but it does not repeat back to the first frame. So I could show 2 frames back, but I can't show first frame. Now, I could go 4 frames back to see the first frame, but then there's a ton of lines on screen. That's even worse. Of course, that only works if I'm doing a very short one like this one. I could also just pull it out and put it underneath and make my own one as well. But basically, I don't think it would be too hard to implement a feature that you can turn on and off to just show the first frame when you get to the last frame. But that being said, I don't know if Clip Studio is intending the animation to be used for game development, which is usually why you would make a looping animation too. I think they're more thinking about, I don't know. I mean, it's Japanese developers, so I would figure they're more concerned with like anime and GIFs. But that's hard to say. I doubt they're going for an anime market. It's possible. I wonder what the most popular anime studio stuff is. I know Ghibli just released one, or what they use, but they had like an in-house software, basically, their own creation. Oh, thanks for the follow. You can put any frames. Well, that sounds interesting. I've never heard of a light table. So a light table, kind of, to me though, is harkening back to like when you would actually animate and it's had a light underneath the paper, like a something you can make tracing easier. just converted to a digital thing. How's that any different from onion skinning though? I mean, I'll find out when I update, I guess. It's interesting though. Oh, I know something else they need. This is what they need. This is something that has caused me much aggravation. If it'll load. There it goes. They need a way to register brush tips and basically a way to assign where the brush tip is, because that is annoying. Basically, the only way I found to do it is you draw little dots so that you can, you see how I've got different size crystals along this brush that I've made, but I've also made it, I've set this brush up to always draw the crystal at the very bottom of the crystal. Instead, if you did it the normal way, it would draw the crystal at the center of the crystal. And it also changes the size, like these small crystals that are getting drawn would be blown up and pixelated. So it's harder to do like varying sizes. The way I have found to fix that is if you put little green dots and basically frame your brush, you can get it to draw how you want it to draw. I feel like that's something that I would love to see them, I don't know, more so that you can create your own brushes and get what you're going for. I'm sure you could register material. No, because it automatically cuts it and crops it, right? I think that's the problem. It automatically crops it when there needs to be a button for whether I want to crop the image or not. Oh, okay. Because with real light, move around the paper. So if you want to trace characters on frame 1, but in a different location on the shot, you may move the paper to line up on a different place. Okay, I think I can understand that. It's basically would save me from having to drag my head around constantly to put it where I want it to go, while still keeping it on form, on character. That's what it's sounding like. I still can't really imagine it until I see it though. Oh yeah, what did I just draw on? I drew it in my idle animation. That's probably not smart. Let's back up. Okay. Was I done? I don't think I'm done yet. I lost my place. So I was drawing the knee. Alright, so that's the animation for idle. Oh, and let me adjust this real quick. It would be easier if this isn't in the way. This is going to get shrunk down a lot. I don't have to be super perfect. But might as well clear any errors. Man, that's kind of a wiggly looking arm. It'll be fine. Okay, so making in between or twinning easier. That's interesting. How would you use that? See, I have a problem. I don't do twinning enough. I tend to like do frame by frame because usually mine are just like a couple frames long too. It's rare that I do something that's really long. yeah, like a little idle animation in a game is not like a huge amount of work. It's just a couple frames to get the idea of what he's doing. Next is pouncing. Let's turn that on. And then half of my animation is done with code. So I'm only doing like the sprite work. I think it's a little different. Oh yeah, what needs to be copied here? The foot. Yeah, the foot definitely needs to be copied. And actually a lot of the head in this one. Okay, I can skip 4. Just erase that. But I need to draw the foot and move the head. Right, so what was I talking about? I was talking about what's the champions guy gonna look like. I'm thinking I might end up drawing armor for him. I know he's gonna have the weapons equipped to him because that affects his attacks. The idea, this is like a pet or familiar. So, and it's also an enemy type. It's also kind of like an NPC. It's basically a dog for my game. So it's got to fulfill a bunch of roles. I'm just thinking about what kind of variants I have to draw after I get this figured out. But I think that I want the player one to be basically like this. It'll be a very basic one. It'll have the skin colors will be the same as our main character, and the its detail colors will be the same as well. So it should just basically look like the champion's dog or whatever. I'm thinking you can rescue it pretty early in the game, but it's supposed to be very easy to miss too. I want the opportunity to let like a experienced player unlock this very fast, but a beginner player might miss out on it because it is kind of like, it makes the game easier having an immortal dog that attacks enemies, basically. So I have to make it kind of hard to find, but it's going to be in the opening area. How do I put it into a game? You just make it a PNG. I'll have to scale it down. I always draw things like really big and then shrink them down. But yeah, just make a string of PNGs, put it in game, and then you gotta code it. So I got like lots of different monsters that are in the game, move around and do little attacks and stuff. And they're all frame by frame animation. Though I'd say it's kind of like, it's a bit lighter because I'm a solo developer, so I can't go all out or the game would never get finished. But I think it's nicer, in my opinion, than spline animation. So yeah, that's basically what all these little guys are. And I've almost reached 100, so there's gonna be a lot of monsters in the game. I'll be at 100 soon. I'm gonna stop at 100, I think. Thanks. Oh, right, I wanted to draw the feet, didn't I? Just the back foot, though, because everything else moves. Except for this frame. Okay. So you're an animator, obviously, right? What do you work on? Or you're just a very experienced watcher. You know all that about Clip Studio. Okay, does that move? It does. So don't draw that. In December. So you're using Photoshop before? That's usually what people use. I actually started out with Clip Studio because I really hated the subscription model. In Clip Studio, you just buy it and you own it, which I was very interested in, and I've been pretty happy with it. Yeah, I like it. Then again, I haven't used much Adobe stuff, so can't say I'm that experienced. Yeah, Photoshop. I like it. It's pretty good. And it was great that they added animation right when I was getting into doing animation stuff. I thought I would have to learn Flash or Toon Boom or something. But then, yeah, all of a sudden Clip Studio is like, hey, we're adding animation. I was like, sweet. It just worked out really well. So, the program I've been using for art, suddenly I could use it for animation. It's been quite the learning experience, though, learning like all of its little quirks. That's what makes a new update kind of annoying too, is you gotta learn all kinds of new stuff. But I'm sure they added some good things. So far, Clip Studio's been pretty decent. It's not like their updates are like Microsoft. I think Microsoft's the reason that I hate updates. And I completely forgot to copy and paste this, didn't I? I said I was going to draw the foot, and then I just started drawing. Oops. I gotta go to... Yeah, I don't know if you heard my Microsoft tirade. Oh, fuck. Okay. I forgot the head is pasted in these, so I gotta go back. Oh yeah, but Microsoft like messing up all the Wacom tablets with its pin and touch settings. Okay, so I just need to copy this foot basically, so the foot doesn't move around. Edit, copy, paste, and then put it into these. Affinity Photo. Photoshop's brush engine. Yeah. So the idea, the champion's gonna have a familiar version, and I had this idea that I wanted to make it to where you can store you can have a weapon in your hand, you can store a weapon, but I thought it would be cool if you could put a weapon on the dog, and that will change his flip attack to basically have the same effect as a thrown weapon. Which, it wouldn't be too hard to do, it's just I'm turning him into an axe, right? Every time you throw the axe, it would be the same kind of arcing flip thing. So if you put special weapons on him, basically it'll upgrade him. Like I can't have him level up like in Castlevania. So I need to do something to make him change throughout the game if I'm going to do that. Did I merge layers? Yep. I just I pulled the leg out and then I put it into two of the layers so that the line doesn't wiggle around in these frames where it doesn't actually move. Which isn't going to be a big deal for this like little animation. It's just a good practice, I think. Kinda fucked up that line in the end, but it's okay. I try and copy and paste wherever I can get away with it, and anytime I want it to remain consistent. So like I can get away with copying and pasting the head, so I might as well just do that. It doesn't really like move around that much because, you know, all my monsters are mostly from a side view. So anywhere I can cheat, it's very important to do so. I'm becoming the champion of cheating. I don't know if that would work though. The problem with that, like if I was to say, copy this, edit, copy, and paste it. If I was to paste and merge it or something, you don't see it because it's in a timeline, right? Like it's not on the timeline, so it's not here. And if I was to merge these two together, I might be proven wrong here. But yeah, that one's just gone. So you have to like pull them both out, merge them together, and then put them back in with the same number. I don't know if an auto action would solve that. I don't think it would. Unless you can put an auto action to pull them out, merge them, and then put them back. I mean, that might be possible. Oh, I just fucked up the tail there. It's almost perfect. How about the line being a little bit off center on Wacom tablets? Do you know if they fixed that? Because it gets really bad when you get to this side of the screen. Like the difference between my mouse and where my pin is that much. And it's not just a calibration thing, because over here, anywhere on this side of the screen, it's beautiful. It's this side of the screen that it gets fucked up. Which, you know, oh, you won't be able to, yeah, you see that. I forget my camera's on screen sometimes. I mean, that's not really a big issue unless I'm drawing on this side of the screen. And you can always just like look at the cursor. But it is kind of weird. And apparently that is, I think, unique to Clip Studio. Yeah, my mouse is actually right here. It is a little off center still. I don't think it's as bad though. Something weird with Clip Studio, the way this works. Yeah, it's definitely further over. It's unusual. That creates a subfolder, inserts the layer into it, and then pastes and merge and removes the folder. Sounds like a lot of work. But I can kind of get it. Would I use that enough? I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I don't do that too often. I mean, I do it occasionally. I definitely do it during shading, but usually I just think about what I'm doing and catch it beforehand, and then I'm just duplicating I don't know. I guess it's an option. Seems like a lot to just try and copy and paste into frames. Now, that auto actions isn't a thing with this version, is it? Because I don't recognize that. It might be in here. That might just be new. Oh, there's auto action. Okay. My goodness. Create a draft layer, create a dot tone layer. Flipping folder. Okay. I mean, I guess you could do this, but how much time are you really going to save? Okay, now, if it did something, I can think of a really good example of what you want to use this for. If you're trying to, like, merge a bunch of visible layers, auto actions would probably save me a lot of time if I figured out how to do it. I do have... It does take a long time to like combine all my different layers together, basically. Okay, what is going on here? There we go. Yeah, to combine like the color and the shading and the mask all into one by merging visible. I mean, for these guys, yeah, this guy's got like 50 frames or something, so it will take a while. But for the bigger ones, like the ones that are 300 and 500, that would be nice. I don't know. I'm pretty stubborn too. There's a few things that I might adjust, but I'm the kind of person that'll use a marker to color in a character when the fill tool works pretty well too. Just sometimes I like to do it because it's cathartic to color things in. So if you don't like that kind of thing, I'll probably piss you off. Because I do it a lot. I make it through like half the animation. I'm like, why in the hell am I coloring this in? I should just use the fill bucket, and then I go fill, and then it's done. But I don't know. I like it. Coloring for a while. I don't know. Some things that get sharp areas and stuff, using the fill tool, you'll end up going in with a marker anyway and filling all those tight quarters in. Kind of depends.
What do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
The Pinky and the Brain. The Pinky and the Brain. One is a genius, the other's insane. They're laboratory mice. The genes and the spice. The Pinky and the Brain. Brain, 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 brain. Before each night is done, their plan will be unfurled by the dawning of the sun. They'll take over the world. The Pinky and the Brain. Yes, Pinky and the Brain. The Twilight campaign is easy to explain.
Yeah. Well, all my shortcuts are pretty much taken up right now too. I've only got so many buttons. Damn it. That was almost beautiful. It's hard to do a really long line like that perfectly. I mean, it should be easy to do a short line like that, and I'm screwing it up repeatedly. Bye. So I could do this two ways. I could just draw the parts that don't move now and copy it, or I just erase the parts that do move later. You're really trying to sell this. I guess. I don't know. It doesn't sound like something that's very pressing. Okay, just the bottom of the leg. Yeah. Top changes, that changes, everything else does. Alright, duplicate that. Cool. You think? I'm struggling to think of a reason I would use any of that. Outside of like merging layers at the end of a project. Dragging out or duplicating a copy is fairly simple, usually. I don't use it that much. Like, it's pretty rare. And I'm trying to, like, I get the idea of it. I just can't think of any examples where it really, like, would change anything for me. You know, it was a game changer for me, though. Learning that this is a thing. I went for a really long time before I learned that you could do this. Mesh transformation. Move little pieces around. I'm sure this might be standard in other programs, but oh fuck, my pen's acting a little funny right now, but yeah. The idea that you can like bend things around without having to like fully redraw lines was just like, that was a game changer for me. And I went for a long time without realizing that that was actually a thing. And then I saw someone in some random video do it, and I was like, oh my god. all the time wasted. Because that comes in handy a lot. If you want to just like bend a horn back, but you've already done like everything else, right? Or if you want to, I don't know. I can't think of any examples, but it definitely matters if you want to make like a small tweak to something you've already finished. Instead of having to go back in and redo a bunch of it, you can just kind of like bend it a bit. And that usually works fairly well. That and learning how to make my own brushes. I think that's a big skill that everybody should learn how to do. Because looking for or trying to find a good brush is just not nearly as good as learning how to make your own one. And you know, then you're good. You just do it whenever. Okay, I guess I could think of another idea for doing masking. I don't know. Oh, really? Wait a second. How do you do that? Selection. Oh my god, I've never clicked on this. Is this where it is? How does this work? There's some things on here I might want to add. Actually, there's a couple I don't use too. Deselect, invert. Actually, I think I use all these. Shrink, clear, clear outside, cut and paste, copy and paste. I don't use these much. I always go up here to copy and paste. I don't know why, when I could just do it here. Now that I think about it, it's a little weird. Okay, never mind. I use every one of these except for new tone. I don't know what the fuck new tone is. I don't know what that's doing, and it's not going away now. Shit. I have no idea what new tone does. Oh. That's interesting. Okay, so how does this work? I guess I go find File, Transform, or Edit Transform. Edit. Transform. Now this is useful. Mesh transformation. Add. Oh my god, you're right. I haven't messed with this ever. I don't know what new tone is. Maybe I should get rid of that. It doesn't seem like something I would ever use. So, if I want to get rid of it, I have to find where new tone actually is. I wouldn't mind throwing like hue and saturation. No, actually I don't use the marquee with that much. I would definitely use like mesh transformation, but... And a lot of this stuff is available over on the side, like, as far as... Oh shit, my pen's acting like crap. Yeah, as far as like flipping, a lot of that's here, but mesh transformation isn't over here. Keep ratio of image is an annoying one to have to scroll for every time. I should remove some of this stuff that I don't actually use. I use most of it though. Actually, I think I use all of it, so never mind. Well, at least I got this there now. That's something. What else? What else could I add to this bar now that you've mentioned this? This is really useful. What do I do with the marquee that I want quick access to? Usually you just do it to like drag things around and resize them. Or to clear inside or outside. Or to do like masking. Oh, you can right click on it? Oh yeah, I guess so. Bam, that just made it a little cleaner. Yeah, I wouldn't use that. Yeah, I don't like that kind of thing. Cross hatching and stuff. I mean, it's kind of cool, but I don't use it at all. Especially not for animation. I don't know. If I ever, I'll keep it in mind now. If I ever do something and it just strikes me that I could add it to that bar, I'll do it. Okay, that one I liked a lot more. I don't think you can sell me on auto actions. But I do like not having to go digging through menus to find mesh transformation. Flip the page. Oh yeah, it's all right here in my little mini map. I like to have the layer thing be as big as possible, so I keep this pretty small and just kind of have it all crowded up here, which I'm fine with. Now I try to like squeeze it all onto this little piece, basically everything that I use. And I think this is kind of my favorite layout so far. But just because the tablet's kind of annoying to, when you're renaming stuff, you've got to bring up this keyboard. And if this thing is like too small, it's hard to like navigate through this while the keyboard is open. So that's why I have it all squished up there. Is there any particular reason I drew this wrong both times? I don't think there is. I did it twice too, which is unusual. I think it's because this is where my hand is crossing in front and I can't see. Let's just fix that, because that curve is kind of important. Yeah, this is a Wacom Mobile Studio Pro. And what you're seeing right now is my computer. I'm just displaying it to my desktop. For streaming. Shaking butt. I could actually make them wiggle by cycling these two frames if I wanted to. I mean, that's something my cat does. It's kind of funny. If I wanted to make it look playful, I could definitely do that with like a village dog, right? Because I just have it run around and squat and wiggle. I feel like I would have to animate the tail a little more if I wanted to do that though. I was just thinking, actually, I have forgotten one animation. The shepherd does he's supposed to play fetch with the dog, because this wasn't originally going to be the dog. It's been added in. But I figured, seeing as I'm drawing something that's kind of dog-like, I might as well make it fulfill that role. But yeah, she's supposed to play fetch with a dog. So I need something where this thing can grab a ball. I mean, I might be able to use what I've got here to do that too. Like in fact, this pounce one might be a good way to just collect the ball. And then I put the ball basically where its mouth is. Or it'll be like a stick or something. I think it is a ball that I drew. I could just have it, yeah, run over to it and then do this like little crouch and then stand back up. For picking it up. I think that would be fine. It's a little, I mean, it's cheaty, but it's good to be cheaty so I don't have to draw anything new. Well, mine's really short. It's only like 4 or 5 animation frames. So, yeah, can you count to 5? I don't think that's too difficult. Now, we're talking like when you're getting to like 300 frames or something, then definitely. But, yeah, for like 5 frames, I think anybody can count to 5 pretty easily. But then I split all my animations up into little pieces like that to make things easier too. Because when I export all these, you know, how Clip Studio works is all of these will get put into their own folder. And all you got to do is like export animation or whatever. Export animation. Yeah, it'll just put them all in their own folders and they'll all be named what they are. So it's very easy to go through them and put them into the game if I do it in this way. Oh my god, no. That would drive me crazy. I know why you're doing it too. I try and just keep things numbered, like as they're supposed to be, and I constantly rename stuff to have it go on the timeline. I never insert things, I'll just like add new frames basically, or drag it around or split it. I don't do that too often though, but I know what you're doing. It's because you're like adding in-betweens and stuff in the middle of your animation. I try not to do that. So, yeah, I don't mess with the timeline that much. I try and do everything in order. But I understand how, from your perspective, yeah, there's no way you could keep track of that. Yeah, if I ever had to move things around, I don't think I try to avoid inserting something in the middle of frames basically as much as possible. So I'll get all that figured out in the sketch phase. I was just thinking that I don't do in-betweens that much. Like, this was a rare case where I had to do something similar to in-betweening. Or keyframing and stuff, which is sort of standard. Usually I'm just doing a single action, but this one was like, there are 3 different poses that I'm cycling through, right? So this one really used keyframing more. But to do it, I just basically tried to do all my animations within 3 frames. Because I don't want too many sprites to be in game too, right? I've got to clean, well, I have like memory concerns, so I need to like be as barren as possible, or the game's going to have really long like file sizes and loading times and lag, so you don't want that. So I try and get as much movement into as few frames as possible. So I usually, there's not much room for like this kind of thing, but this was easier just because I had drawn the sit animation and the sleep animation, or laying down one. I drew what they looked like, and then I just kind of like moved things around to shift into them. But this is a very rare thing for me. This type of situation doesn't happen too often. Usually creatures just do like an attack or a walk or, you know, and then any sort of like, I don't know. There's not a lot of like animations that go from one thing into the other. Usually they just snap into. So I think it's a bit different of like a workflow. So yeah, it's sort of rare that I draw things out in like keyframes first. Usually it's just, okay, he has to howl in this, animation, so let's take the idle animation, tweak it a bit, and make it to where he howls, and that's really all it is. And then I don't even animate it going back because I just play it in reverse. That way I'm only using 4 frames to do a howling animation. So yeah, I'm trying to do it in as little as possible so that my game doesn't get too bloated. And then later on, I've always got the option of coming in and adding more if I want to smooth things out, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. Yeah, so usually it's something simple kind of animation, and there's not really like a build up into different things. They shift to the next one, right? So like when he jumps, he's just going to shift into this one. There's no like animation for jumping. It's just he's in the air flipping because it's got to happen fast. That one. I guess, let me think. I did that kind of like with NPCs a bit more, because they're more like a traditional animation. They're not like an enemy. Enemies, like, and player characters, they don't follow the same rules of animation necessarily. Because if a player character has too much, like, you want to make the game feel good, they have to go immediately into like the movement that they do. Like if your character takes a while to turn around, I mean that is a style, but I don't think it doesn't work for me, definitely. So yeah, instead of like an animation for turning, my character just, boop, and he's facing the other way. So I don't know. Also, that's more work, and more work is usually a bad thing. That's rule number 1, is if it takes too long, it's not profitable. Time is money, friend. So I tend to be mostly frugal and try to cheat wherever possible. Try to palette swap or do whatever and get the most out of a little. If I can use a brush to quickly like draw grass, I will do that over doing it the hard way and the long way most of the time. And if there isn't the right brush, I'll make one. Because drawing individual grass would take forever. So constantly thinking, how can I raise efficiency? Oh, no. This thing right here is what Microsoft added. It is Pen and Windows Ink. Basically, when I bought this tablet, like 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, it was like it had Windows 10 installed on it right when Windows 10 came out, but they didn't have any of this crap. Like, they had some touchscreen stuff, but like the Wacom tablet that I have was not made with any of this stuff in mind. And when Windows started adding this stuff, it started breaking our tablets. So you have to go in and turn all this stuff off, otherwise it affects the way your lines draw. Like if I draw a line, it would do draw and then it would let go and then it would continue going even though I never lifted the pen, right? Which is just, you can't work like that. It drives you insane if you try to work and all your lines are doing that, and every time you try and drag a folder it drops it and picks up a new folder. Or every time I'm trying to marquee something, it draws a little marquee and then it continues drawing. I don't know. It still happens too. It's not completely fixed, but I think I have sort of fixed it. But the problem is they'll do another update and they'll break it again. It just keeps happening. It's very frustrating. I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like, it only applies to people using this kind of tablet. While Microsoft, they're only thinking about like their Windows tablets that they're trying to sell and selling Windows pins and stuff, right? They don't care about Wacom owners that much. I don't know. It's just made me very sore. And I mean, that on top of the ads that they put on this thing, right? And the fucking, when you now load up, your computer, this login screen has some like window or some Microsoft like propaganda in your opening screen. And like all the data logging crap. It's just, I hate Windows. I wish somebody would come along that's not Mac and just make a good operating system that's not trying to steal all your data and is not trying to like add a bunch of useless features. It's just, I'm getting really annoyed with it. I mean, it's not just this to it. They broke my Oculus because now you need Windows 10 to use an Oculus, so that doesn't work. And now you need a Facebook account to use Oculus too, so I'm just done with that. There goes my VR set, which I paid a lot of money for. Can't even use it anymore. I don't know. It's just a lot of like compounding that's made me really hate them. There's a lot of stuff online. You can dig through forums, but most of it doesn't work. And you know how forums are, is you'll look through them and they'll be like, well, have you tried reinstalling it? It's like, of course. Have you tried doing, I don't know. I've tried everything that I've seen and read, and I'm just sick of constantly having to check things and testing it and check things, and usually it won't even get fixed. Or even when I do get it fixed, it'll break a couple months later, and then I'm going through the same, jumping through hoops again, trying to figure out now what's broken. I mean, yeah, there's always a fix for it, and I try my best to fix it when I can, but it's getting very tiring to having to do this over and over again. I find that I get most irritable when I'm doing like sketch animations as well. This part I love. I love this part of animation. It's this part that I don't like. I don't like this part. After I get past the sketch, I'm very happy. I like doing line work. I like doing masking and coloring and shading. They're all me. I'm really good at grinding out an animation. It's the sketching part and trying to keep the forms consistent and trying to get the motion to look good or good enough. That always like gets to me, and it makes me extra irritable. So that's kind of the state I'm in right now. I just finished these sketches today. What's going on here? Am I in the wrong one? There should be a head here, right? Where's the head? What did I do? I turned this off, didn't I? Yes, I did. There it is. Okay. Well, we're not going to use the head that much, but it's in a couple frames. It's like in 2, 3, 4. I think this one it's been smushed. I'm going to try and just smush this so I don't have to redraw the eye because I'm that lazy. I basically just smushed this to show it going into the background or whatever, because he's turning into the background. So instead of drawing it again, just like smash it a little bit so it shrinks. It's easier than drawing the head again. Yeah. Oh, I know. It'll be like that and you'll get it fixed and then something else will break later. And I don't know. I hate going through forums and trying to solve issues like that. God, I just went through like a whole bunch of fun with trying to get FL Studio to work. I think FL Studio, I don't know if you've ever messed with it, but Fruity Loops, it's music making software, which I'm not too knowledgeable in, but you think it wouldn't be that much different from any other type of creative software? You'd be wrong, because it's very different. Nothing's set up even remotely the same. So trying to figure out how to like get plugins to work on that thing was actually quite the challenge, because all their menus are set up differently. Like the way that you drag, they don't use the normal. I feel like every program ever used just uses this Windows, you grab the header and you move it, right? But Fruity Loops is not like that. Most of your stuff you can't move around like that. It's just baffling. It's like, why did they decide to design in such a weird way? They're like, I don't know. I get frustrated really easy. Yeah. Well, I'm not really much of a music guy, but I'm thinking, like, eventually I'm going to have to do music, or I'm going to have to tell someone what I want in music, right? Like, you can't get away from that if you're going to be a game designer. So I need to start learning it. But I think music would be definitely my weakest area. I can do coding, I can do sound design, I can do art and animation, backgrounds, like all that stuff I feel like is approachable. But when it comes to music, I just kind of feel like out of my element most of the time. So I've kind of been avoiding it and putting it off. But I just started downloading stuff to familiarize myself with it now. And the Fruity Loops is kind of like it's a decent one. I mean, it's not amazing, but for what it is, it's serviceable. I know a bit of audio stuff just from making YouTube videos and like editing sounds. I know how like noise gates and reverb, and I know a bit of that kind of stuff. So I found like doing sound effects is easier, but when it comes to like musical chords, octaves, frets, I don't know any of that stuff. I'm starting from scratch, and then it's just like there's a lot to learn there. But I mean, most of my stuff I have learned while making this game. I didn't know anything I knew very little about coding. But animation, yeah, most of this stuff I started doing while I was working on this game. Like here, for example, is like one of my first animations. I had maybe done like 1 or 2 animations before this, and this was a monster that I have put into the game. So it just shows like the difference between this first one and like one of the later ones is just how much I've, you know, grown in animation. And I've gotten better at like refining my style. But yeah, a lot of this stuff I'm just learning as I go. I've got no education in it. I just self-taught. YouTube videos, that kind of thing. I don't know. When it comes to animation, I don't like animation tutorials either. I feel like it's better to just do it. Like, my philosophy is you should just animate, and if you ever screw something up, you learn from it, but you don't get stuck on it, right? You just say, okay, I'm gonna try not to screw that up next time, but I'm gonna finish this animation because it needs to get done. That's always been how I try and think about it. So I don't focus too much on getting things perfect. I just go, well, that looks weird. Let me try not to do that next time. I'm more concerned with trying to get things done in a fast manner and just learning as I go. Because I am living on my savings right now, and I have to make money off of this game. I don't have the luxury of waiting around or, yeah, getting better. Just gonna have to do it as I go. Coding's actually pretty simple. At least it was to me. I actually like coding. I was surprised by that. If you like puzzle games, you'll love coding. If you like math, you have to like math to do coding. But it's not that hard. The hardest part about coding is learning all the different shortcuts and stuff. But it sounds like you know how to do auto actions, and they're fairly simple to code the way it works. You're just like setting up a bunch of parameters that, you know, trigger each other. That's fairly similar. Yeah, you just gotta like know a little bit of geometry and math, and then you can code. And then a lot of coding is just finding an example on Google and then, you know, putting it in and dissecting it and figuring out how it works. I like coding. I think it's pretty fun. Sometimes coding can be like very mentally exhausting. It's like playing a puzzle game for too long. You have to just stop for a second and be like, oh, I gotta go for a walk or something. It's kind of a weird thing. It's hard to explain that, but I do find coding is one of those things that will it will fatigue you in a mental way that you don't really get from much else. Honestly, I'm thinking like I don't encounter that feeling much. But I think if you're going to do video game art, or if you're going to do both of them, it's a nice special skill to learn your own coding, because the way that coding can be used in animation and art is actually pretty intriguing. It's its own beast, right? Like, for example, look at just the jumping and like flipping animations that this guy does. If I hide that. So it looks like this is a kind of non-animation, right? It just, his arms are kind of wiggling around. But the way that this works in game is I rotate him and move him like, yeah, I move his sprite around. So he'll start off jumping up in the air like this, right? But as he reaches the apex of his journey or whatever, he'll start to slowly rotate back to being normal. There it is. And then that's when it starts shifting. His legs, you know, start going to the falling position, as he makes that final rotation, and then he's falling from the air like this, ready to land on the ground. So it's a different way of thinking about animating, right? Like animating this is kind of a pain, but if you use code, you can let your code do a lot of the work for you. I think that's a very fascinating thing to me, and I love the mental gymnastics you have to do to like plan for that while you're doing the animation. It's something that I find very enjoyable to do. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's one big thing is I was animating too much in sprite stuff because I was afraid to experiment stuff in the code side of things. And then the more I did it, the more I was like, why am I doing this? I can do it with code way faster and way better. So it's a learning thing. You do it for a while, and eventually you'll start like piecing those little things together. And you can make other cheats. Like, here's a good example. I've drawn this, one of the most staple monsters ever, right? The old slime. This guy, I was thinking like, how do I animate this? And really, I don't have to animate it at all. If you think about it code-wise, all I'm doing is like shrinking and stretching like a blob, right? You know how to do an animation like this if you've done animation. It's the typical ball stretching, but you don't have to animate that. You can let your code do it and just shrink your X scale and your Y scale. It's just all numbers to get that animation using the same sprite that you've got. And then occasionally he'll do this little thing where he like spikes out. But and when he jumps, I can do like the little bouncing animation. When I kill him, I can make him wiggle and vibrate basically using code. It's like a shader or something that you use in After Effects, right? Or something like that. Yeah, I can make him wiggle and shrink and squeeze, and I don't have to animate any of that stuff. I just drew one sprite, and I'm going to do all those animations with code. I think it will look better than me trying to draw those myself. That's a bit subjective, but probably will be, because if I'm drawing it, I'm gonna get lazy. If I'm coding it, it's a lot easier. Wait, I was putting the head around, right? I got very distracted here. Yeah, I'm still moving the head. Clear that. Oh, I was drawing this one for some reason. Okay, so I had moved the head, but I started drawing this. I am so lost right now. I mean, it's almost the end of my night, too. What time is it? It's 6:20. I said I was going to stream for like 2 hours. I'm going to keep streaming. Fuck it. I'm in the zone right now. I've been streaming. I mean, I've been doing this all day. Basically, from the time I wake up to the time I go to sleep, I just animate all day. Minus like brewing coffee and cooking dinner. That's really my day at the moment. And the occasional D&D game. Oh yeah, I'm more of a night person. I think better at night. I'm more creative at night, I find. And I just naturally tend to like, even if I try and stay up and be on a normal person schedule, I'll just shift back into this. What is going on here? That's a claw? What is that? Why are there lines there? Let me think about it. I have no idea what those lines are. But wait, what are those lines? Oh my god. What is that supposed to be? It's not his claws. They're behind the arm. It's not like his arm. Is that just an accident? I feel like I wouldn't make that accident, but maybe I did. I'm thinking about these these little 3 lines right here. I have no idea what that is and why I drew it there. So I have to think about it. Like, is there something under there? I don't think so. It might be a relic of like a previous animation. Yeah, look, it's in here too. What the hell's going on? Why are those lines there? Oh, wait, I think I see what they are. Okay, I understand what this is now. I'm glad I thought about it. So this is part of the hand, and this is the claw. So this goes over here like that. That's what that is. I just couldn't see that before. Okay, I'm glad I'm not crazy and didn't just draw that for no reason. It's kind of weird because it's behind that arm. Oh, don't you love animating like just the bizarre frames that nobody ever thinks of, like this one right here or something, where it's like you're not drawing claws or anything, you're just drawing like a bit of a wrist, or when you draw the head and it's like shaped like this or something because it's just kind of like this is the side of the face, and when you look at it, it's like you would never draw this drawing other than animation. Like it only makes sense in motion. Those ones always trip me up. I'll sit there and look at them for a while, like they look absolutely ridiculous, but it works too. I always find those the funniest ones. Oh, is making brushes time consuming? It's really not that hard. I've made basically all my brushes. And the best way I would recommend going about it, find like a brush you like say this particle brush, the way it puts all these like little particles in here and the way it, it does its thing, and just duplicate the subtool. So make another one of them. And then using the tool settings, you can see how this tool is made. Usually it's like brush size, you know what that is. And then this little box here is how you do like, you change, how the brush varies, right, over. So yeah, something like pin pressure or random, or the tilt of the pin, velocity. So this is where you set all that stuff up that affects the size of the brush. And I mean, this is kind of like one of the more complicated things. If you understand how like a curve works, basically, yeah, how much pin pressure you put down is how large the brush gets. So adjusting how the curve works. I think if you've used Photoshop, you've probably experienced something like this. But yeah, you can look at like the way they do blending, the opacity, anti-aliasing, and then brush shape. Well, you wouldn't use brush shape, but brush tip. So these are all the tips that are coming down in this particle brush. Is right here, and these are all registered images. So yeah, if you know Photoshop, this is basically what brush tips are, and it's just spraying them down in a random order. And yeah, because the brush size has some random on it, it's coming down in a random order. It's got settings for like, it either comes out in the order that you put them in, or it comes out randomly and it can flip it. There's a lot of things you do with that. Adjusting like the size of it, the thickness of it, and you can also change how like that's affected by pin pressure and speed and all that crap. Yeah, all that stuff's in here. And really, to make a brush, you're probably only going to use like 3 of these, like brush size, the ink, and the brush tip. All this other stuff is kind of interesting, like stroke will give you like how it sprays out. You might use that. And texture, if you want like a pen that has a texture in the back of it, like this this airbrush that's got a marble texture in it, just for that like little bit of variance. But that's really all it is. It's fairly simple to do, It's a little, it's a little daunting, but it's not that bad. I think Clip Studio is really good for making your own brushes. And yeah, like I said, the best way that I think to go about it, I drew a penis. Anyway, the best way to go about it is just find a pen that you're trying to make it look like. And then, yeah, figure out how it was made and make a duplicate of it. And then make your own version. Like, I'm obsessed with airbrushing because that was my background before digital art, is I did airbrushing stuff. So I was trying really hard to make as many airbrushes as I could come up with that emulate the way an actual airbrush works. And it's actually pretty difficult. I never actually got this down, but I got something pretty close that does like the sort of airbrush style of, framing where you can get nice blends and then you can go in for detail work. So I was able to make this brush, and then once I figured this one out, that just kind of opened the gate to make every single type of brush I want. And now for like game design, I can just like draw a bunch of sticks and stuff or flowers, and I can just paint them in, because that's all this is it's using an image. It's pulling it at random, right? So when I make backgrounds, yeah, instead of drawing a bunch of flowers and pasting them in, you just make a brush and you're drawing with flowers now, right? Your own custom flowers that fit your environment. And that saves a lot of time. I really suggest you learn how to do it. It's not difficult, and it will improve what you're able to do immensely. I drew this on my animation like a dummy too. I always do this when I'm doing an example. There we go. I'm gonna go delete that subtool too. I do recommend definitely make copies of your subtools. So the last thing you want to do is like accidentally delete a default thing, right? So just copy anything that you're looking to tweak with, or make a version of. But yeah, all these brushes that I have in here are just things that I've felt the need for and then created. Once I learned how to start doing this, I don't have to look up brushes anymore. If I need something, I make it. But then again, I don't use too many crazy brushes. Usually I just use line work, marker. Like, my common brushes are sketch, line, markers of various sizes, so I don't actually have to change the size of a marker. I can just click, one click to do it. And then there's a couple like airbrush types so that I can quickly get what I need. And that's really it. Like, these are the main ones. There's some blending stuff, but this is just default blending and default blurring, default fingertipping. Other than that, I've got some specialized brushes, but I use these very rarely. These just have like different blending styles on them, or like paint styles. I've never used this brush, but I saved it anyway because I thought it was cool. It makes little bubbles. I've got like this grass pen, which is hard to see, but it does like multiple colors, right? Like this. So if you do like green and blue, oh wait, there we go. Yeah, it'll draw with both colors up and down, which this is a great brush if you're drawing grass. Of course you wouldn't use green and blue, but you can draw grass really quickly. Super fast. Sort of like a grass skirt or something. I've used this brush for that kind of thing. And again, I'm drawing on my main thing because I'm goofy. It's not too hard to do though. Like, I definitely recommend just dive in, figure it out, and once you understand it, anytime you'll need a brush, you'll just be like, oh, I'm just going to make a brush. Or anytime your brush isn't quite doing what you want it to do, you can just tweak it real quick and be like, okay, I want you to get sharp, right? Like if you want an airbrush that, usually it paints in a perfect circle, but sometimes you want it to like get sharper in corners, so you can set one that actually changes the brush size based on how much you bear down. Like a pen tool. I don't know, things like that. I found it's very useful to just know how to do it. I definitely recommend it. It's not that difficult. Well, I did a tutorial on Clip Studio. It's pretty old now, and it'll go over a ton of stuff that you probably know already, but in there's a full thing talking about brushes as well. But basically, I just talked about what I just said right there. I think the best way is just play with it. I don't know. Then again, if you watch a tutorial, you'll probably find out some stuff that even I don't know about. I think I kind of get like all this stuff. There's probably some, like, the way blending works is sometimes a little weird. Like, I get it, but the way it like mixes ground colors, running color, blending, I'm saying I don't know perfectly what all this stuff does. I know what most of it does. So, I mean, there's definitely things to learn from a tutorial that you're not going to really learn on your own. I mean, textures are pretty self-explanatory. Watercolors are, I don't know, I don't use it much, so I don't care. Corrections just got stabilization, which is very important. Oh, you can like adjust how it starts and ends too if you want it to always make a point or something, or if you want it to fade off. That's cool. I haven't really looked at this either. I can't really think of why I would ever want to do any of that, but it's nice to know you can. Yeah, I just look at it every now and then. Basically, the way I approach it is if there's something I want, I'll try and make it first and foremost. I find the best things you can make are those like special effect kind of brushes that just save time. Things like foliage, crystal, for example. It's like I got like 1,000,000 crystals in here. Well, I've got 100 crystals in here, but I specifically needed crystals to do certain crystal enemies. So instead of drawing these crystals over and over again, I just made a brush that will do it for me. Which took like a day, but now every time I do a crystal enemy, I just use that brush to fill it out really fast. So yeah, once you do it, you can improve the speed at which you work quite immensely. Okay, that looks like shit. Try that again. Okay, yeah, so for something like this, the biggest thing to know is the way that they come out. So it's just an image, right? And this is all my crystal stuff. But yeah, they're just like little images you draw. So just for example, I can make a brush real fast. I think that's the easiest way to understand this. Let's say I wanted to make a brush tip that makes I don't know, we'll say like kind of like a grass thing. So we'll do like that, and we'll do like a couple variants. So one that's like that, and we'll do one that's like we'll do one that's kind of longer. All right, so say it's like we're making like a straw or wheat sort of thing. You know, there's a lot of these come with Clip Studio, these like vegetation brushes and stuff. And some of these are kind of like, they're okay, but sometimes you want to just make your own leaves and your own grass shapes. So it's using the same principle though. So anyway, I made these layers. So all I would do is go to edit, register the material as an image, and then you can see it pulled up that thing I drew. But the problem, I don't know if the newer version of Clip Studio fixes this, but the problem usually is that it crops the window to be as small as possible. So what this is going to do, you have to set this as a brush tip for starters. Make sure you check that. You can name it whatever you want. But the issue is, like, the origin point for this brush tip is right in the center. So if you're drawing with this, let's say, if you're drawing grass and you want to draw it right along the ground line, you're going to have to go a little above the ground line, right? So that it puts the grass bottom or the base of it where you want it. So that's kind of like the thing you have to keep in mind for this. And there is a way around that, but it's kind of annoying. Anyway, yeah, you'll save it, use this brush tip, save it into a folder, hit OK, and then if you see I go into this folder, there's that brush tip. Oh, what happened there? And you can drag it out as material. But when you create your brush, like this one, you'll go to brush tip, and then these are all the tips. Before I mess this one up, let me do what I said and make a duplicate. Always make a duplicate. Okay, so yeah, you can select all these. It's just like selecting files on your folder. Delete them and then just click here, add a new shape, and then you have to go find. Usually you're going to name it something so that it's easy to find. You can use a search bar. And you can also use all the stuff that they have available. They got like a ton of images in here. This is like all the leaves, all the brushes, all the grass. This is where it all is inside of here. So yeah, we'd have to go find that thing. I forget what I named it. I named it like what, one something? No, I named it, I think it's called layer something, isn't it? There it is, layer 3. So yeah, I would select that. But if you wanted multiple ones, then you can do like control click, or you can do like shift click, you know, like you're selecting folders, grab multiples. But anyway, that now put that in here as the brush tip shape. So when I use this brush, it's drawing with that that thing that we drew. And this is going to be colored. You can make it monochrome if you want it to be multicolor. That you'll just have to experiment with that, but yeah. Oh fuck, this one is monochrome. Never mind. Anyway, you can make it colored too if you want. But yeah, that's kind of how that works. But the thing to keep in mind is, it's always drawing the brush from the tip. So if you want to make it, if you want to control where the tip is, you're going to have to like make sure there's something on the top and the bottom. This has gotten very busy, hasn't it? You're going to have to make sure there's something on the top and the bottom of the image that you register so that it controls where it comes out. Also, if you want it to remain a certain size, because otherwise it's going to crop it and blow it up. So for instance, these crystals, like I said, all I do to fix that for this kind of thing is I put these little green dots above and below, which is a little annoying. This is why I said I wish there was another way to do this, but all you have to do is you draw your crystal and then you erase the green dots later. But this way, yeah, when you're drawing, the brush tip is situated. Where are we? The brush tip is situated. Damn it. Why isn't it drawing now? Oh, because I'm erasing. Yeah. It's situated right. You see, like, all these crystals are painting. Despite the size, they're painting from the very base of it. So yeah, if you want to do that. Otherwise, these crystals would all, for one, they'd all scale up to be the same size. So this would be like, it would look like this, right? And it would be all pixelated. And for two, it would be like, it would all be drawing off the center point, which makes it hard to like dictate where it goes. Yeah, it's just a little finicky. But then again, I say that, and I'm able to do stuff like this guy very easily without having to draw a bunch of crystals, right? I mean, I could copy and paste stuff in, but I think that's even slower. This way, I just draw it where it goes, and then I just erase the green dots, and you know, you're good to go. It's very fast. So I can do animations with things like little baby objects. Uh-oh, Uh-oh. I just noticed the crystals disappear for a couple frames here. What happened to that? Oh, that's a shame. I'll have to fix that one later. Yeah, when did that happen? The crystals disappear from his leg. Fuck. Kind of late to be fixing that now. Son of a... That's not a big deal. I can fix that. Yeah, they're supposed to be there the whole time. I don't know when that got screwed up. Oh well, I'll fix that in a second. But yeah, that kind of the point. Wait, is this one fucked too? Oh, it. Wait, what is going on? Why is it missing from here too? There's no way I'm that blind that I missed that. I must have screwed something up. Oh man, this is unfortunate. I'm just noticing this now. Yeah, he's supposed to have crystals on his leg there, and they vanished. I must have removed them when I merged files. That's very unfortunate. I'm gonna have to like clean them up from one of these and put them back where they're supposed to be, because it's too late now. I've come too far, unless it's saved down here. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, where did I fuck up? It's in every single one of these frames. Why wouldn't it be in these frames? That doesn't make any sense. Look, when I use this one, they're there. I have no idea. I'll look at that later. I'm very disappointed. At least I noticed it before I put it in game. I hate when stuff like that happens. That should have been so obvious to notice too, right? Like, how did I not see that until just now? That drives me insane. I don't know. This is drawn on this layer, isn't it? Yes, it is. I gotta go back until that's fixed now. Man, I'm getting sidetracked here. Oh, there it is. Fixed. Okay. What are we doing? We're doing line work. Oh, okay. Thanks for stopping by. It's always nice to have a chatter. I'll be here. Always animating. It never ends. I have many animations to do. Enough to make you sick. Man, that's annoying. I don't know how this happened. Luckily, I do have the attack, so I can fix this, but honestly, I don't know how the crystal just vanished for a couple frames. And I didn't notice it. And even weirder is it's on a couple of the frames, just not... Like, why is it on these couple frames, right? There's like 4 frames there. Why is it there, but not here? I can't explain that at all. It's also not in the death animation for some reason. How did I not see that until now? This is driving me insane. The walk is good. Okay, I don't think this isn't that bad because I've saved it. I was afraid it was something that I had not saved, and that would have made me upset. But this should be easy. What is reshaded? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the full animation. Good. Now just copy them all again. So this is the thing, if I was using auto actions, it would actually be handy for, because otherwise you gotta like... I mean, it's kind of tedious. You just gotta go through every frame and make 2 copies of frame 10. There we go. Yeah, go through every frame, merge and hide. I bet an auto action would actually make it to where I could do all this in one button press. I just don't know how to set that up. I'd have to figure it out. Is it really worth it to do like, I don't know. It's definitely worth it if I'm doing larger ones, because sometimes this whole merging thing can take a very long time to do. Like the really large animations, but we don't have too many of those left either, right? I've already done the player animations. It's too late. Man, that is nuts. I was almost triggered again. Okay, yeah, the pin's fucking up again. It keeps like selecting and deselecting. I think the best thing I could do is revert my Windows to like a previous version and then turn off updates. I know that can break a bunch of stuff, but for me, I think it would do more good than bad at this point, because this is just terrible. Oh right, there's one more frame, right? Yeah, there's some death frame. It was messed too. Alright, come on, Pin. What the fuck? It keeps double clicking. Driving me insane. Okay, this has got the shading in the mouth and everything, right? Yeah. Let me just look. Oh my god, there's duplicate frames. Oh, that's because of walk. Okay, thank god. Alright. Right. Let me just look at this. Everything looks good. All the crystals are there. Everything's glowing. Okay, that's fixed. Cool. Walk was good, right? Yes, 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 yes. Okay. The last one's this death. So the death just did not have the right frame on it. Which, actually, this is one of the attack frames. It's, no, wait, that's not attack. I think it's number 3. Yeah, it's number 3. So I should just be able to copy number 3. Was there anything else done to that? Well, now I'm curious. If there isn't, there's absolutely no reason to actually have this in here. Let me look at it. What's the difference between you and you? Oh, that's right. Because of the way I did the shading, I had to remove the shading. I see. Well, fuck. Oh no, there's an easy way to fix that. So what I do, I drag you out, put you on top. Yeah, so the shading, I'm cutting the shading off so that when I turn it into crystal, there's not like a little bit of crystal there. It looks like it's been shaded. But to fix that, all I gotta do is cut this little bit of crystal out of this picture. Alright, by clearing outside and then pasting it on top of this one. And that should fix that. Alright, because this is just the little patch on top. There we go. Okay, that's fixed. Okay. I wonder if that's just been there this whole time. I swear I am doing more weird little fuck ups than usual lately. I mean, there's things like where I feel like I lose a ton of animation because of a screw up, like deleting something that wasn't supposed to be deleted. But there's also other ones like, oh, I can't even think of it. I know I did something just recently that I was just scratching my head over, like how in the world did I make that mistake? I can't remember what it was. I did it tonight. I did something so dumb that I was just like wondering, how did that happen? Why would that happen? Okay, well at least I fixed that. I'm trying to think of what it was. It was something weird. I don't remember. It'll come to me later. I don't know. I just feel like I keep doing these like little small mistakes that are something that when I look at, I'm like, how did I make that mistake to even begin with? It seems like something that I would not do, and I do it like absent-mindedly now. It might be due to the fact that I've grown so accustomed to this routine, right, of animation, that one got a little messy. I don't know. There's something about the autopilot. I mean, that autopilot is definitely a dangerous thing for most jobs. Luckily, it's not dangerous to me here. In construction, if you autopilot, you can get killed. But, so it is kind of like a thing that you have to be aware of. But it applies to animation because if you autopilot, you'll end up, I don't know, deleting things that you're not supposed to delete. Or doing things that you don't really have to do. I don't know. I think I've been making those kind of errors a lot lately. Really getting on my nerves. Well, I don't know. The pen's messing up sometimes, but I swear I'm not noticing it while I'm drawing my lines, so it does seem better. Like, yesterday, every time I drew one of these lines, it would mess up and stutter in the beginning. But I am noticing like double clicking and stuff happening a lot too. So I'm thinking there's a setting still on that's messing things up. But a lot of the settings that I did change did fix it to some extent. I'm feeling kind of, I don't know, burning out right now. I don't know why. I mean, I've been doing this all day, so it just suddenly dawned on me like, oh my god, I'm bored. I think because he left and I have no one to talk to now. It's like, I don't want to go back to just listening to music and drawing. Oh man. I don't know. I'm gonna take I'm just gonna think about something or something. I'm gonna just step away from this for like 5 minutes while I think about something else. Right, I was talking earlier about how the champion's pet works. And the idea is, okay, so the champion can have 2 weapons. So you can equip a weapon and you can stow a weapon, right? So you can always like save a weapon for a boss or something, or just for, that way if a weapon breaks, you've always got like a backup as long as you put one on your back. And the Were-Raptor can do this too. But for the champion, he's going to have this little pet running around with him, and I want the pet, I'm thinking the way the pet's gonna level up, now that the champion he eats food to level up, I'm gonna make it to where the pet also unlocks new abilities like the champion does. So a lot of these things that I'm doing that a lot of the variant creatures do, like the flip jumping attack, it'll start off with this tail swipe animation that I'm doing now. That's the most basic one, right? So that'll be the default one, but it'll unlock like pouncing and air jumping attacks later. Maybe a howl. I might be able to do some sort of howling attack. I don't know. So yeah, I was thinking I would allow you to. So it'll level up that way, but it can also level up like if you grab a weapon, you can equip it to him. So, and that allows you to one, you can store an extra weapon. So if you want to take it off of him and use it yourself, you can do that. Like, say you get to the boss and both your weapons are broken, you can still take the one off of the pet and use it. But if the pet has a weapon equipped, I'll make it to where his attack effects will have the same effect as like the weapon itself. So when he does his little tail swipe, it'll be like the same color as what the champion's weapon would look like if he was using it. And if he does his jumping flip attack, which is very much like if you throw the axe in Castlevania or throw the axe in my game, just kind of like arcs and falls, it's going to be that same thing as that's what this attack's like. But if he does that, it'll do whatever the special throwing weapon effect is, if the weapon has that type of effect. So some of the weapons do something special when they're thrown. So yeah, if you equip him with a weapon that has a special characteristic, he'll gain that characteristic. So there's a little bit of thinking of like, what do you want to equip to him? And it just allows you to like adjust him, right? I think is cool. And I think I'm going to make it to where, so the pet does not get hurt. Doing the movement for it's going to be tricky, but I think I know how to do it. But yeah, it doesn't get hurt. It doesn't damage your weapon. It might have armor on it, but it's just going to be cosmetic. I'm thinking I'm going to have it have the same armor as the main character. So that's kind of difficult because that means I'm drawing extra armor for this guy on top of the champion as well. But it would be cool if you're in like full plate armor, if the pet is also in full plate armor. And now you just feel like a badass, right? With like an armored pet. You're armored. I don't know. That just seems kind of cool that the pet would have like, it would dress like you basically. And when you lose your armor, it loses its. It's just fully cosmetic. And it makes it stand out so it doesn't look like any of the other enemies. That's kind of the problem with it looking exactly like an enemy, is you might get confused as to which one is yours and which one is dangerous. So that's why I was thinking maybe he has to have some sort of extra thing on him, like I can give him feathers or I can change the size of him. I was thinking I'll give the champion one, make it like smaller, because like if it gets in the way, I don't know, it should be fine. And I'm going to make it to where you can turn it off too. If you go back to town, there'll be like a doghouse or something that you can just set them up to where, yeah, if you want to leave him in town and not use him, even though he is just all around a buff to the champion, giving him extra damage, like free attacks and stuff. But yeah, if you don't want to use them, you can leave them. That's the idea. The coding is going to be a little difficult. I'm thinking, I kind of understand how it'll work. The problem is, like the shaman, a lot of his summons, if they follow you, they fly, so they don't interact with the ground at all. But this has to interact with the floor. So I'm thinking, it's always going to try to run in front of the character, because that's usually how dogs work. So I'm going to basically put a position that where it wants to be. And yeah, it'll move. If there's an enemy on screen, then it will move to attack it, kind of. But if you're moving around, it's going to try and like follow you. So I make it to where, let's say you're running, it's there, and then you run up to a wall. If it touches a wall, it will try to jump. I don't know, that would be weird, because if you go to a wall and there's no way to jump up onto like a ledge, then it's just going to constantly be jumping, right? Like if it's a full wall, right? And the idea is if it's a small ledge and you run up to it, it'll jump up. But if it's a full wall, so I just have to set something up to read whether there's a platform up there to land on or not. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a thing. I don't know. It might be a challenge to make to code it to where it moves around with you, but I want to try it. But the cool thing about the flip attack is if you ever get too far away from it, I'll just have it basically flip above your character so that it catches back up. And if it ever if you ever go into a room and it gets lost and it can't find its way to you, if you cover enough distance, it'll fly. It basically will ignore the floor and the walls and just flip to where your position is. So that's kind of the idea of how that works. I don't know. It'll be fun to try and code that and make it actually work well. I want to make it to where it runs in front of you and it smartly knows how to navigate walls and stuff without making like pathfinding. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to cheat it, basically. But that's the idea. It's a lot of work. This is why I cut the Warbeast from the game. I was like, I'm not going to do this. But now I've added it back in because I wanted the tamer enemy, and seeing as I was going to draw it, I was like, I might as well just make it a full pet. So hey, we've got all the animations, we just got to ink them. But there's definitely some work to be done to get it working correctly. I think I'm going to armor it, just like the champion. I'm only going to do the champion, though. This thing only follows him. So this is a champion-specific thing. The shaman has summons. The Wayraptor's just on her own. But she runs so fast. She wouldn't really want a pet anyway. She is a pet. She turns into something like this. She is her own pet. Kind of. I don't know. I might have to buff the Warbeast now. I think she's already pretty good because she has like attacks that she's got much better attacks than the champion. I think the champion felt a little weak, so this might actually be good to make him feel as good as the other two characters. Because I don't want it to be like as soon as you get the Warbeast, the shaman, you're like, well, goodbye champion, I'll never use you again. Even though you do have a shield, which is pretty handy. Other than that, he's kind of blah, besides the fact that he can destroy walls. I want him to be a little better, so by giving him a pet, that gives him some sort of uniqueness that's more than just he has a shield. And I love the idea of having like a little raptor or a little little lizard dog wolf thing that follows you around, your little buddy. I don't know. I like the idea of it. Man, we're getting there. I added like an extra couple days work here. Making this Warbeast and the tamer that I'm going to have to draw. But we're getting there. I don't know. I added a bunch of other monsters that I wanted to draw. I haven't really decided whether I'm going to draw them or not. But the frogmen. I don't know. There's a few things that I was thinking that I might want to draw. Yeah, there's the frogmen. There's whatever the rideable creature is. I mean, most of these are fairly simple. I was thinking like I didn't want to make anything hard again. So a lot of these are very simple animation-wise. I think the only really hard one is the golem. So I don't know what I'm going to do for the golem thing. And maybe if I'm going to cut one of them, I just cut golems out and we just don't do golems, but we do all the other things. Or we at least do, I think I'm at least going to do, I want to do the frogman. I want to do the pack beast. And, yeah, I'm thinking maybe I'll skip some of these enemies. And I'll save them. Maybe I'll come back to them, but I don't want to, I don't know. Then again, if I do all these creatures, I will get to 100 creatures, or 100 monsters. And that's kind of cool too. Yeah, what am I at now? I'm at 95. So if I did 5 more monsters, I make it to 100. So that would be the frogmen, the cultist, the living hive, and then we're there. I don't actually have to do the golem. I just like the idea of the golem because it gives me a few things that I don't have still, which is an enemy that you can break apart as you're fighting it, and an enemy with a separate weakness, like a core that's not part of the enemy that you have to destroy to kill it. I could even do like a variant of the golem, basically like Dragon's Dogma, a fight that I struggled on for a long time, where it has little pieces in the map or in the room that you have to kill those to actually kill the golem itself. And yeah, I just do like a little, kind of like Dragon's Dogma did, a little particle effect that shows that it's linked to these little things. I don't know. I want to do that, but I also want to finish this all. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to meet the guests that I was trying to get all this done before, or basically before the beginning of February. But I mean, that was my guess that this would all be done by then, but I still have to do like all the skeleton enemies and a bunch of the lizardmen stuff, like even after this and before all that stuff I talked about. All that needs to be done in the next 9 days to meet that goal. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, no, I need way more than 9 days, so I'm already late on what I was trying to go for. That's a shame. But to be fair, if I hadn't have added all these extra monsters, I would have met that goal. So I made that goal before I added a bunch of stuff. Like I added that crawler, I added the slime, I added a couple shaman summons, the baby mantis, this warbeast, all this stuff I wasn't planning on doing, and I just decided I wanted to do them. I think I added a couple creatures too, like the goo tick. I don't think I originally was going to do that. I don't know. Seeing as I'm missing my goal, maybe I should just say screw it and we'll do a couple more monsters and just do all these ideas. I mean, it would be nice to have another area in the game. The idea for the new area is, yeah, it's an underground garden kind of thing. It's got a bunch of these frogmen in it, which are basically just flea men, but little frog people, just little tiny frog people. And they jump around, throw traps at you. Yeah, that kind of thing. So they're kind of like pygmies in Diablo, where they're just little jungle dudes, basically. And then the living hive was supposed to be in this new area, the stick bug in this new area. The golems were just fulfilling an enemy type that I don't have. But the idea is I was going to add a boss as well, but this is I don't know, this isn't a normal boss. I was thinking I'll make a frogman king, right? A fight basically where you go into a little frogman village. The king is sitting on his throne, and then you have to fight like a whole bunch of frogmen, like attacking you. They're just coming in off the screens and coming from houses with the little pack beasts. Basically, it's just like an endurance kind of fight. And then at the very end of it, the frogman king, who is just like, he is a frogman with a little crown thing on, right? That's it. It's not like a normal boss. But yeah, he'll join, and then you can kill him. And there's not even going to be like a fancy kill for him. I think he just explodes. So it's sort of like a boss light for the area, so that there's some sort of thing in the area. So you can think of it more like a mini boss, I think. That way, we're not doing anything too crazy with it. The problem with that is I don't know what item it would drop. All my bosses drop something. This, I don't know what a Frogman King would drop. I don't want to do... he definitely doesn't drop armor. He could drop one of the collectible things that I'm lacking. Oh, I know. He could one of the Were-Raptor upgrades could be like, I don't know, in his treasure room or something. So, yeah, he doesn't really drop anything, but once you get into the room past him, that's where you get one of the Were-Raptor upgrades. I could do something like that. That way, at least, you know, there's a reason to kill him. Usually, like every boss you have, it drops some sort of weapon or armor. I can't think of like a Frogman armor or weapon that I would like to do. And I've kind of got like an even number of everything right now. Adding like a single thing would be unusual. I don't know. I'm gonna think about this. I think I'm done for tonight. I mean, I say that. I'm probably gonna be awake for like another 5 hours because yesterday I went to bed at noon. So I might work on this some more. I'm just not gonna stream it. But I think about this, what that little boss does. Basically, all this stuff that I'm adding, it's more work, but I'm trying to make it as easy as possible so that it's not that much work. This is definitely the hardest of them to do because, yeah, this is its own type of creature. It's all over the game. But the cool part is, this also, like, okay, so Hunter 3 was supposed to have like a pack raptor that follows him around or something like that. So some sort of raptor that just have like stuff on him. But instead, I'm just going to give him one of these things, his own unique variant of, like, yeah, he has his own hunting dog. And the shepherd, they're supposed to be like a little pet raptor or these pet raptors in town. But yeah, I'm just going to give the shepherd one of these things. So that was like 2 creatures that I don't have to draw now. That, well, I say that. This thing is fulfilling those roles. So I'm also, you know, I'm using it as best I can. Oh, and the cool thing about the frogmen is they're very easy to palette swap them and get like new creatures out of them. Because you know, frogs come in lots of varieties, so I can just do like a different variety of frogman that's a different color and have the way he jumps around be a little bit different. And there you go, new enemy that I put in a different area. I don't think if I'm going to do that, they're just palette swaps. There's no more like complicated variants. I'm doing enough of that now. I don't know. There's a part of me that's just like fighting against adding things. But there's another part of me that's like, all of these are really good additions and they're not that difficult to implement. But it is going to take me like a couple more weeks. So I'm probably going to be working on monster variants through February. And I'm going to make a new guess here because I wrote it down. I said I would be done with this by the beginning of February, but now it is the end of February. That's what I'm shooting for, to get all these monster variants done drawing-wise. We'll still have to code them, but the drawing should be done by the end of February. That's what I'm shooting for. Yeah, okay. So that means I'm gonna go ahead and add all these creatures to the list. You know what? I might as well do this while we're on this computer. Bam, this is what we're looking at. So, and these are all the new creatures right there. Make sure it's not behind my camera. There we go. So, yeah, we're gonna draw a lot of these new things. We're gonna draw over here. Right. So we're gonna draw a frogman. I'm thinking the Frogman Trapper is just a frogman with like a hat on or something, right? So it's a very simple variant. And it throws traps out. So I'm just going to reuse all the traps in the game, and I'm going to have this enemy throw those traps on the ground. And that's really what it is. It does behave a little bit differently. But overall, I'm not drawing like a totally different new type of frogman. So yeah, this frogman. So what does this guy do? He has like he just stands there. He doesn't move. So we'll just say standing. I'm thinking these things work just like Fleeman. And then he's got like a jump and he has a fall. And these are single frames. All of these are single frames. I'm drawing them 3 times right now. Let me think of how I kill it. But other than that, does it do anything else? No, I think it just jumps at you. It'll have like a little knife or something, probably. A little spear. That would be cool. But it's not animated. It's just like these 3 frames that it's shifting around because it's hopping around really fast. Oh yeah, I think that's it. So, what's its death? It's a little teeny creature. I think it just like explodes or something. Or it could just be like a single frame death, and I'll have it fall off the screen. I think. I mean, or I could have it like explode into gore. I like explode into gore. We're gonna do like giving. Oh my god, yeah, we're doing giving. I haven't done giving much. Giving is in like chunks of blood and yeah, pieces just go flying everywhere. It's very like over the top. Baldur's Gate, if you crit somebody when you kill them, they just explode into chunks. I'm gonna do giving. So really all I have to do is draw like a bunch of meat chunks, and I'll use blood particles and stuff and just have them explode when you kill them. That'll be fun. And then I'm just gonna put here that Trapper has clothes or hat. There you go. Throws traps. The traps, yeah, he's just gonna use normal traps. So he'll either throw out like some thorns, he'll throw out a bear trap, he'll throw a boulder, he'll throw berries out, you know. Just any sort of trap that's in the game, this enemy will throw them on the ground, and it's kind of annoying. Especially because he can throw spikes on the ground, and spikes you can't destroy unless you touch them. So that'll be fun. He might even throw fireballs. I might give him every single trap in the game and just have him throw them out. That would be fun. Oh man, that means he can throw zombies. Okay, maybe not every trap, but most of the traps. I like the idea that he can throw a dart totem out and it'll start shooting darts. Just kind of fun. It sounds interesting. Okay. So there's that. There's the Frogman. I mean, that's really it for the Frogman. I don't think they're gonna do. Oh yeah, right. I need to throw in here. Yeah. Frogman King. Sitting. Or yeah, sitting. I'm just gonna do sitting. We'll figure out what his throne looks like later, but sitting in background. And yeah, there we go. So that's really all it is. So this is a new boss, kind of, but it's like a mini boss. Okay, Frogman Mount or Pack Beast. What did I say? I said Pack Beast. We'll call it a mount. This is something that you can ride on, basically, or you can stand on the back of. I think it just walks. I don't even think it attacks. I think it just walks. And you can stand on it. And the frogmen can stand on it. It's basically like a walking wall that you can attack. And if you touch it, like, from the front or the back. Or, yeah, if you just, like, touch the horns on it or something, you get hurt. I don't know what it looks like. I'm thinking it just looks like some sort of bull thing. I don't know. What does a frog ride? They ride turtles. I can make like a little crocodile thing that walks around. I don't know. We'll figure that out. But anyway, yeah, it just walks. I don't even think it stops moving. It has to walk and it has to turn, because if it hits a wall, it's going to turn around. If you get behind it, it'll turn around. So I'm going to make sure I put turning in. And then a death. How does this little pack beast die? So imagine it looks like a... It's probably going to be in the shape of like a bull or a cow, is what I'm thinking. Because the fact that its back is straight, right, and allows you to stand on it is kind of important. I'm thinking of even making like kind of like a behemoth variant of this thing. Maybe. I mean, I could do that. I can just take my behemoth animations and use some of them. That seems like the easiest thing to do, isn't it? Let's make a, we'll say the frogman mount is actually a behemoth variation, because that shouldn't be too hard to do. That way it's even less things that I have to draw. Only problem is behemoth doesn't have a turning animation. But this is going to be like a little behemoth thing. It's just in the shape of a behemoth. So I can reuse the walk animation from the behemoth. I could even use like the ramming from the behemoth, seeing as I have that drawn. Might as well have it ram. That's how it hurts you, I guess. So usually, I think touching this enemy doesn't hurt you. As opposed to most enemies, if you touch them, you get hurt. But I must say, this guy, if you touch him, you don't get hurt. But if you get rammed by him, then you do get hurt. So this thing's kind of a little bit more passive. I think that's it. There's a death animation. How does it die? It's a good question. Well, I can have it die like the behemoth. Yeah, okay. It dies like the behemoth. It just rears up and falls down. Yeah. It's like the behemoth. Only it's not going to decay. It's just going to be a corpse. Alright, yeah. Okay, that made that even easier, because it's... I don't have to draw anything. I just have to tweak what the behemoth looks like and reuse it. Okay, cool. That's it. That's what that'll be. So, stick bug. The stick bug's kind of hard because it has to look like the background. That's the whole point of it, is it's a mimic. But honestly, I have no idea. Because I don't have any backgrounds yet. So how am I supposed to make them look like something in the background when I don't know what the things in the background even look like? That's why I'm thinking do not do the stick bug yet. We'll do stick bug later. Yeah, I should do stick bug when I do the level that he's in, so that I can make it look like he's part of the level. Only when you get close to him, it turns out it was a living thing. That's the whole point of the creature. It's a mimic. It's like a treasure chest that comes to life. Only this is a little... I could say stick bug. It's just some sort of bug that looks like, you know, it's a tree or something. And then it starts moving. You're like, oh my god, that was a thing. That's kind of the idea. Let's figure out the living hive next. So, I mean, this is just a... It's some sort of hive creature that flies. And it doesn't even, like, have wings. I think it just floats. No, yeah, okay, so it's, we're gonna draw, like, little insects. And I think, okay, so this is how it works. It's not even, okay, it's not even alive. I think it's a hive that's being carried by little flying creatures. And then more creatures come out of it. So once you kill it, it falls, it gets destroyed, whatever. And then there's another version of this that's being carried by little walking creatures. And that's really all this thing is it's going to spit out a whole bunch of little ants and bees or something. I don't know what the insects look like, but yeah, I just need insects that fly and walk. And they'll explode into chunks. The hive will fall from the sky. I'm just drawing a single image, basically, to do the living hive, I think. And a bunch of insects with flying animations. So this should be really easy. Yeah, we'll just draw a hive, draw a flying insect, and walking drone. And then I'll reuse that to do do both variants of this creature. Recursive. What's up, man? What's recursive? What does that mean? What do you mean when you say recursive, Colin? That's the thing I don't understand. Yeah, okay, so that's all this thing is. When it dies, it just falls out of the sky, or maybe it shreds into a bunch of pieces. Yeah, okay, that's all this thing is. And I think there'll be like, the walking drones will fall out of it, and the flying insects will spawn out of it. And either the hive gets carried by flying ones, or it gets carried by walking ones. We see Colio, and then a small Colio in the distance, and then, oh, I got you, because of this thing. I got you. Was that on screen the whole time? Oh, I guess this was missing. Unless something else is messed up. Oh, this was on screen. There it is. Probably. Okay, I know what that means now. I'm adding monsters to the game. I've decided I'm going to do it. And this will bring me up to 100 monsters if I do this. Luckily, these seem to be very easy. They're not like, none of these have big animations, and some of them have animations I'm just reusing. This has been fun, actually kind of fun. In the last couple days, I've been trying to stretch things out with palette swaps and, you know, variants. So basically, I'm trying to stretch everything I've got as much as I can to get as much content as possible with the least amount of work. So it's fun to think about. You can also see the progress board. This is just my notepad of figuring out what I have to draw. And this one over here is my list of creatures that I currently have and the things that I want to draw. And the areas that they're in, what they drop, what's the percent chance that they'll drop the item. Basically, I'm just kind of like figuring all this stuff out, what it's supposed to be like. Scope creep, exactly. That's why I'm scared of this stuff, but I'm trying to be as, I don't know, frugal or whatever as possible. The worst thing of all of these, well, one is the Warbeast. That's what I've been drawing tonight. Well, this thing. This thing's been a very complicated new additional creature. But all these should be very simple. And I feel like the game needed a new area because there's a lot of rooms that haven't really been used. Or the game's going to be too samey if I do too much of this. Okay, the other thing, I need another cultist variant that has a full screen attack. I'm thinking this is like a recolor or something. I'll think about it, but I want like a super powerful caster. So I have no idea where this guy will be. He'll probably be, yeah, he'll be in the Bone Waste. So this is like a Bone Waste version of the cultist. And yeah, just an area or a full screen attack. It's something that I don't have. I didn't have any monsters that like did massive spells, so I thought I could just do something really fast with this. And I could just reuse all of his death animations and all of his animations really. So we're gonna do that. There's, okay, the Golem. So the Golem's a hard one. I don't know if I want to do it or not, because a Golem tends to have a lot of animations, and the whole point of it is this thing's supposed to like break into pieces when you kill it. But once I draw one Golem, I can draw like 3 more Golems or 2 more Golems just using the one that I've drawn. So I can get 3 monsters out of 1 basically if I do this. I don't know, let me just do this real quick. We'll call it a magic golem. So the idea, there's like a rock golem, you attack it, it breaks into pieces and then eventually dies. I don't have any monsters that are like that. And then there's a magic golem, which it walks around on screen, but it'll have little plates in the room. You have to destroy the plates to kill the golem. So it's an enemy that's invulnerable with a weakness that's like a phylactery, right? And then there's another one it's like a bugbear. It just looks like a golem, where it has a little lightning cloud that powers it up, so you have to go above it and destroy the little cloud to kill it. So yeah, this is just an add a creature that fulfills a type that I didn't do. But it does mean animating a new thing. Let me think about, like, what does a golem really need? It needs walking. I guess it throws something. I could make this like those dudes that throw boulders in the caves in Castlevania. They're pretty simple. There's three things, right? There's walking, there's throwing. So I have them throw like little boulders, and then there's death, and that's really it. If I do that, then it's not that difficult. And then I do like two variants of it, so they're the same animations, they just look a little different. That shouldn't be too hard, right? Big overhead smash. No, see, now you're getting complicated. If it's throwing, it's just he picks up a rock, throws it, and that's it. I'll just shatter the rock into pieces. And what's cool about that is I've already got a boulder trap, so yeah, he's just throwing boulder traps at you. I get to reuse even more stuff. We're trying to cheat as much as possible. I don't know, I could do a smash. I feel like a smash is unnecessary. He already throws stuff at you. I could have him throw like bombs. Nah, I don't want to do that. Like, an attack animation is more than I need. I've got plenty of monsters that attack, right? This is just something else. The big deal is this thing's supposed to break into pieces, so I have to draw this in a way where it has like damage states. So as you attack it, you're basically hacking it to pieces. That's the whole point of like this creature is I don't have any monsters like that, where you attack them and they break apart. So I'm just gonna have to like build this up out of rocks to make his pieces, and as you attack them, the rocks come flying off. But no, I think all he's gonna do is throw a boulder at you. Yeah, his death is just being smashed in the dirt. Heck, I don't even have to make him... If I really want to cheat, he doesn't even have to walk. He can just stand there and throw shit. Right? Is that too lazy? Am I getting too lazy with this? I could just have him... I could draw one frame where he's just standing there. He's a golem. It's not like he does anything. He doesn't have to walk around. He just stand there, and when you come into the room, you can hack him apart and he'll throw boulders at you. He's like a little turret, basically. I kind of like that because then I can just like put him in areas where it makes him annoying, right? You have to jump up and hack away at him. So I put him like on the edge of a ledge or something, right? Like you come into an area and he's just standing there blocking the way, so you gotta like hack him apart while he's throwing stuff at you, and then once you kill him, you move past him. He doesn't really have to do any more than that, and he's serving like a new function that I don't have. I think that's good enough. The only problem is that makes the variant versions kind of lame. But maybe I do need like a smash attack. I just put it on like the bug version, right? I think what I'll do is I'll make the bug version. It'll be kind of like, oh, that's cool. I'll make it like, what's his name from Nightmare Before Christmas? Oogie Boogie. I make it to where when you're destroying the bug golem, it just like a bunch of bugs come flying out of it. Oh, that would be cool as shit. Because I got so many bugs in the game, I could just have random bugs come flying out. New enemies, basically. So it's, yeah, instead of rocks falling off of him, he's just shedding bugs. That's so cool. I like that idea. And then, yeah, he's basically like an enemy spawner then. I don't know. That gets rid of the whole lightning cloud thing, but... Oh, okay. Because there's two ways to kill it. You can attack it, but that's going to spawn a bunch of new enemies. Or you go above it and kill the cloud, which just kills everything inside of it. I think I'm understanding how this is going to work. I don't know. I think I'm going to do this. The magic version is just going to have like magic little plates that are in the room that you got to destroy. So basically, he's going to block a ledge. If you're like the shaman, you can fly over him, but if you're a normal character, you're going to have to like destroy all the little like weaknesses in the room to get him to die so you can get past him. That's the kind of the idea of the magic version. And then the bug version, I don't know. Seeing as I'm doing the weakness thing, maybe the bug variant does just break into more bugs. I love the idea of like a golem made out of bugs, and it's just like a bunch of writhing. Yeah, it's basically Oogie Boogie, right? It's just a bunch of bugs stacked on each other. I could even put them in a sackcloth or something. Just steal Oogie Boogie completely. Oh, I'm definitely thinking out loud. I mean, I'm reading what you're saying, but I don't want to do a melee attack. I'm trying to do as little as possible. And just having a creature that throws stuff is fine enough. And has like a special way it dies. I might even have it like, instead of throwing boulders, this thing will just throw different insects at you, which is funny. That is kind of funny, like it throws dragonflies and spiders and stuff at you instead of boulders. And then once they touch the ground, I don't know. I mean, that's not too difficult. I just make, I just use like different sprites that I've already got. So like I'll have a dragonfly that'll just come flying out, and once it touches the ground, it'll actually just turn into a normal dragonfly enemy and start flying. You just keep rubbing it in. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. You can't expect me to do 95 enemies and just stop. It's impossible. You can't do that. You have to go to 100, right? You can't just go to 95 and not do the full 100. It's a sin. I've got to get 100. And with this, I'll have more than 100. It's even better. Okay, I like this. This is all extremely easy to do. Like, most of these are not even animations. This is an animation, throwing. These are flying insects, but I mean, yeah, walking insects are kind of like a... I might even reuse the roach for this hive. Basically, it's like a roach hive, because the roach does both flying and walking. So I can just make this a roach variant now that I think about it. There we go. It's a roach hive. See, I'm cheating as much as possible. Basically, I'm using another enemy that I have, but I'm just going to make little teeny versions of them that come out of a hive. and carry a hive around. Okay, this one's definitely got... Well, no, I'm using behemoth animation, so I'm not even animating there. And this one's just like 3 frames. Okay, 4 frames that I have to draw. It's not even animation. So none of this is... I've managed to do... Okay, there's one animation out of all the stuff that I just put in. So, huzzah. I have cheated to the best of my ability. We still gotta draw these things. But, no, yeah, definitely gonna do this stuff now. All this should be done by the end of February, I hope. Oh, just, because you just got here, but this is what I was working on before I got kind of burnt out. But, yeah, it's just, it's kind of like a dog or a wolf for my lizard folk. So they're just like attack animals basically. And pets. They have jumping, running, different like they flip around a lot. So they stick to the wall, they do backflips off walls, they do flips. They get cut in half. They get cut in half in a really gnarly way. Is an idle animation, pretty simple one. Pouncing, yeah. Tail swipe. This is the stuff that I'm working on right now. But tail swiping. Howling. Ooh. And then I got a couple like idle animations to where he sits down and then he lays down. This was something I added that actually had a ton of animation in it and takes a lot of time. This is the bad kind of thing to add last minute, but I felt like I really wanted to have it in the game, so I did it. And that was a gateway drug into more things to add to the game. Technically. It's fine. I don't know. I was just taking a moment away from this so I can work out this other stuff. Basically, I'm brainstorming right now. I feel like everything I just discussed there, it should be pretty easy to implement those couple monsters. Basically doing the bare minimum. And I get an extra boss out of that, basically. Kind of like a mini boss, but still another boss in the game. I might even animate a boss death. I could make it for the Frog King. I don't know. I was thinking the Frog King. Fuck it. No, I'm not gonna do a fancy death. It's just gonna explode just like every other Frogman. So basically, by the end of the Frogman boss, there's just gonna be blood and guts everywhere as you kill this entire village of frog people. I mean, they're all dicks, to be fair, you know. They're fleamen. I don't know, we're getting there. I finished these last couple monsters up. And then it's on to new things. Scripts and bosses eventually. I mean, eventually, yeah, I'll get around to bosses and it'll be a lot more of this for a couple of them. But I've been thinking about it. I don't think bosses are as hard as I'm making it out to be. Like, yeah, it's gonna be, they're gonna have a lot of detail, but their animations, they're not worse. They're not much worse than what I've done here. Like, there's a bunch of animations, but I don't know. They'll definitely take longer than a normal monster. But they're not going to be like doing a player, right? Doing the players took ridiculous amounts of time, like several months apiece. I don't think bosses are going to be that bad. It's going to be like this. I might be able to knock out a boss a week or something, right? So, I might get that done in a couple months. I've got like, I think I got like 22 bosses. Yeah, I got 22 bosses. Let's say we did one a week, which I doubt that's gonna work out, but it would be 22 weeks. How many months is that? Let's just say it was 24 weeks. So that's 4 goes into 24 5 times. So that would be 5 months to get through bosses if I was able to do it about one a week. I mean, that's not bad. 5 months, finish all the bosses. So okay, I'm gonna just think about this. If that's the end of February for monster variants, we have to like add another month for scripts. So that's March. 5 months to that is August, right? Yeah, that's the 8th. So August, and then we add a month for scripts of bosses, which actually that might take more than a month, but let's just say a month. So September. Backgrounds might take 2 or 3 months. Fuck it out. I'm not gonna finish this year. Yeah, I'm looking at the moment. I'm looking at backgrounds being finished by the end of this year, which means this game should come out in 22. That's if I don't fuck anything else up. That means I have to stretch my money and my savings another year. That's gonna be tough. Actually, it's not gonna happen. It is not gonna happen. That's disappointing. If I can get past backgrounds, I can do a Kickstarter though. Maybe that will help me make up the money and not have to go back to work. I don't know, Kickstarters, I don't think they're super popular right now. Like the heyday of Kickstarter, I think we're past it, aren't we? Oh yeah, I'm fully dev. I'm not working at all, except for on this. So basically no money's coming in. Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of stealth Kickstarters too that have got people a little more. Yeah. I feel like my best time to market is after I finish backgrounds. At the moment, no matter what I put in the game, it doesn't matter how many monsters or how many bosses or, cool spells. It doesn't matter until I have backgrounds, because everything is on a black background right now. The ground is still a green square. But I've put off all this background stuff till after I finish everything else. I feel like that was the correct choice, but it also means that the game is just going to be lousy to look at for a long time. That's like my big issue is. I've heard demos are terrible, or they do not work nowadays. I've seen that in at least one GDC talk where somebody was explaining the psychology of demos and how it does not work nowadays. So that's why I've been refraining from that. I think that the psychology behind that is once somebody has tried your demo, they get a feel for the game, and it's less likely to build an appetite, and it's more likely to sate an appetite. It's the opposite of what you would think, but it makes sense when you think about it. And when you're talking about like on a large scale, I've just heard that demos are or like usually a really bad idea. It's more likely to make people not buy a game than it is to make them or have them entice them to buy one. Unless they were already going to buy your game. Those are the type of people that demos work well with. Is if they were already a customer, then they'll enjoy the demo and they'll probably be more hyped for the game. But you already probably made that sell too, right? It could build hype too. I don't know. I'm not gonna do a demo. I don't like the idea of it. Plus, my game is a game about exploration. I don't think it works well with the demo. It's better to play a game like this knowing very little about it. I don't have a demo. My plan right now is keep doing this until I get finished with backgrounds, and then the game should look good to look at. Like we have areas to run through, and then I can like show it off. But until then, it's never going to look good if it's on a black background. And I've drawn a couple like test areas so that I know how they work, but they look cheap. So I'm not worried about that kind of thing until after that. So honestly, I just got a lot of work to do before I'm at an area to do that. Now, what I'm probably gonna have to do is go work one more job to get the funds to last another year. I mean, I could try a Kickstarter so that I don't have to do that. The problem is, if I do my job, or if I go back to my job, I'm putting the game on hold for a month or two. But I will make the money to last a year, or enough to finish the game. I don't think I have the money right now to finish the game. I think I know who you're talking about. He's the guy that does all those goofy looking horror games that have like PlayStation 1, or they have like an old CRT-B screen on it. Those have become very popular because he was very popular. If that's the same guy. They're good streaming games, so they're very popular. No, I can't market until much later. I probably won't be marketing for the rest of this year because I don't have backgrounds. And I'm not going to do backgrounds until later. It's just smarter to wait. This looks like some Resident Evil shit. But no, you're right. This isn't the person I was thinking about. This is fully based off of like retro. Why do they have oh, there's this pledge. 761 bad backers pledge. 28,000 or almost 29,000. What is this C thing? What currency is that? How much money is that in the US? I don't even know what that C thing is. That's not a euro. Oh, that is a euro. Okay. I thought the euro looked different. Okay, so how much is that in the US? Euro to USD. Wow, that's a lot. $35,000? I could finish a game with that. I mean, that was successful, right? If I could get a Kickstarter, $20,000, I can live off of $20,000 for a year. At the moment, I'm at about $15,000 or $16,000, and I'm planning on living on that for the remainder of this year. So that it's actually stretching it too far. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I'm not going to make it that far. Usually, stretching 15 for a full year that's difficult, especially if things like my water heater fucking are falling apart. I'm gonna be taking cold showers. Oh really? Damn. I don't know. If a successful Kickstarter would definitely allow me to finish the game without having to go back to work. But if I went back to work, one, it's hard to get a job right now, especially with COVID. But I don't know. Job climate's kind of dumb. But if I could get my old job, I could work a year and basically I could make like $25,000 from a month's work here doing that job. All I gotta do is suffer through a little radiation, you know, it's not a big deal. I'm not doing. If I did Kickstarter, I am not gonna do any of that crazy shit, which is probably gonna make it fail. There's no way I'm doing stretch goals and stuff. I might do some basic stuff, but I feel like that's a horrible idea. I would do a Kickstarter that's like, the game is almost done, I just need the money. I need money to finish it up faster. So this is a chance to pre-order it at a cheaper price. That would be kind of how I would market it if I was going to do it. I wouldn't want to do anything like promise the world. Absolutely not. Honestly, the Kickstarter thing worries me because if it is super successful, it also is a ton of pressure. Because now I've sold copies and it has to, you know, be successful. It has to come out, right? There can't be any issues because people have paid for it already. Like, that's what they're paying for. Something about that, I don't like that kind of stress. If I could just work and earn my own money, then I can do whatever the fuck I want for the end of it, and I don't owe anybody anything. I think that's a much better way of doing it. Oh yeah, just keep saying. I mean, Star Citizen did that. Well, it's I mean, I'm working on it. It's not like it's coming. I'd say I'm over halfway, even though I don't have background yet. I've got a lot of monsters. I've got NPCs, player sprites, all magic, and I mean, a good majority of the effects are done. A lot of the coding's there. So, I mean, most of the coding stuff I'm doing is pretty simple stuff. I do still need to do sound effects and music, though I am kind of outsourcing that right now. Hopefully. We'll see. No, I think I have to go back to work. Like, now that I've thought about it and how long this is going to take, there's no way I'm going to get through all this before having to go back to work and make more money. And I don't like the idea of Kickstarter. I just really don't. Like, I might try a Kickstarter, but I don't like the idea of promising things. It's not healthy for me because I'm the type of person who stresses unreasonably so when I make promises and when I feel obligated to do things. That's when I break down the most. Just a horrible. I don't know. That's my personality. No, no, no. I did like doing one level right in the beginning so that I could make sure everything kind of works. And I did. I mean, I kind of did that, but I mean, that is true. If I just, but I don't know. The idea is you would do your first level, right? But I think it's a big mistake to do your first level first. It's actually, I think you should not do that. You should do like your second or third level first and save your first level for one of the last things you do. That way, the first thing that someone does when they play, or yeah, their first level needs to be good enough. I mean, it's all the first impression, right? The radiation's not that bad. It's I mean, you know, it's extra radiation, but I don't know. The real thing that sucks about it is the politics that are involved in it. It's just, it drives you crazy because you can't do anything without a million Karens descending on you. Thinking about going back to work fills me with dread. Like no other thought. I really wanted this to be my new job, but this has to make money. I mean, I could always just say fuck this and make small games and try and make some money off of that. If I did some real quick, like shoot 'em ups or something. I don't know. I feel like that might not make money. Yeah, you say that, but it's a month that'll. It's just I really didn't want to do that again. I could also get a different job, one that doesn't drive me fucking insane. I mean, I have all these new skills. I don't know how to like apply these new skills to making money though, which is a big issue. Like I've self-taught myself to animate and code. You figure there's got to be some money in that somewhere. And I've got all my own, you know, equipment for it. I could do like commissions and stuff to try and make money on the side. I feel like that stuff would slow me down even more than just working for a month though. Yeah, exactly. Depends on what you want to do. Furry porn. Just non-stop furry porn. I can do it. Apparently it makes a lot of money if you're willing to go real deep into the fetishes. I'm kidding. Or am I? Damn. This is taking all the fun out of the day. And the day kind of sucked anyway, but yeah, now that I was just doing all this time stuff, for some reason I had it in my head like I could have this finished by the end of the year, but that doesn't seem like it'll happen. I'll have the majority of the game done by the end of the year as long as I keep working on it well. There'll only be a few things left to do, should be. But I will not have it finished before I run out of money, I don't think. Unless something happens when we get some more of those stimulus checks, but I didn't even get a stimulus check, so yeah, that's not good. And things are falling apart. Like my truck's transmission seems to be going out, and my water heater seems to not be working. And my AC just went out like last month. Just things are falling apart around me. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. $95? No. Castlevania has 106. I gotta do at least as many as Castlevania. But they were cheating. For one, they had more people than I do. For two, they used like half of their enemies they pulled from the game previous to the one that they made. It's bullshit. I can't do that. And they flipped the world upside down to make like another half of the game. I can't do that either. It's bullshit when you're trying to compare myself to Castlevania and just like use it as a reference, but they cheated like motherfuckers. Which I think is all super impressive, and I think it's amazing. But it's very hard to catch up to them when I'm starting from scratch. Gotta admit, it's pretty impressive that I've done as much as I have by myself. I can, I'm allowed to like pat myself on the back every now and then and be like, that's right, I'm doing it by myself. You thinking if I have 20? No, that is definitely not enough. There's like, I don't know exactly, but there's more areas in the game than that. How many areas are in the game? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, it's 14 areas in the game, 15. There are 15 areas in the game. And if I only had 20 monsters, that would be the lamest game ever. I would have to do like 20 monsters with 100 palette swaps to make that fun and exciting. What did Blizzard do? What do they do now? Oh, you mean don't try to like... I should be able to match Castlevania, I think. I don't think that's too difficult. Because one, okay, yeah, Castlevania, they had a lot of extra people and they had a lot of assets they were able to pull from their previous game. But they also only had like a couple months to make that game. And they ran out of time and just had to throw it out there before they were really finished with it. So they also had a lot of handicaps too. But their game, or Castlevania Symphony of the Night is the one we're talking about. Their game just has the right amount of time to be a good game, right? Enough enemy variety, enough stages, enough rooms. I think it's a good place to compare, because if I'm too short on that, I think the game will come off as like, I don't know, too short. I want it to be good. I haven't spent this much time on it to just short out at the end. I think it's fine with what it's got. With the additional area, these couple new monsters, and then all the different palette swap stuff that I'm doing. I'm using palette swapping to really stretch out and fill the content of the game up even more, which is very easy. You just change the hue shaders in the code, hue and saturation. That's simple. And make the enemy like move a little faster, have a little more HP. That kind of thing's simple. Oh, you're not aiming big enough. You got to do a 5-year project minimum. I joke about this a lot, and I know that was dumb what I just said, but honestly, when I think about it, I've done a lot of creative stuff before now. Most of it I've like failed at, like I never stuck it out to the end. Like any sort of writing thing that I did, mostly like, I don't know, I was able to keep the YouTube thing going. That was my first like project that I succeeded in doing what I wanted to do, making YouTube videos. But when it comes to making this game, I think if I would have done a small game, I don't think I would have gotten as far as I have. The fact that this one is such a big game is what has kept me doing it for so long. It's kept me interested in it. Like, it's a thing where I think what I have done by trying to, do such a large project is, like, it's a terrible idea on the surface, but it's also what would work if you're the kind of person that I am, which is, I need a large project. I need to, like, force myself to do all these things because I've got so much stuff that I've done previously I can't stop. You know, I have to make it work. I have to learn shaders. I have to learn surfaces. You know, I have to learn this stuff. I need to do the particle effects and the shadows, and because I've done so much work building up to this that now it's just like a sin not to. You know, I don't know if that makes sense, but to me, it's one of those things like I've done something that's dumb, but it's also very smart. Because I don't think I would have stuck with it this long if I hadn't have set this huge goal. So, I don't know. I'm on the fence on whether what I'm doing is right or wrong. Like, I think if I was to recommend to somebody else like what they should do, I should say start a small project. You know, do something that takes a couple months to do. Like, that seems like the right answer, but if you tell somebody that, chances are they'll do it for a little while and then they'll just stop. They'll quit. But if I say do a large project, do something fucking huge that is just gonna, you have to learn everything and do it all yourself. For some reason, that's easier to stick with, which does not make any sense, but at least it was for me. I am bringing more people into my project though, so at least that's going. I'm trying to get, music or a guy working on music, but I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna work or if I'm gonna end up having to do all my own music too at the end of all this. So that'll be another year of just making music and sound effects. I like sound effects. I'm kind of looking forward to that, but it's also going to be very time consuming. Every monster I've done has like multiple sound effects that I'd have to do. You know, and then there's each of the areas has music. I have to get all that figured out, and I'm like learning all those skills from scratch as well. By the time I'm done with this game, if I do everything myself, I'm gonna have like a very valuable list of skills, I think, that not many people do. There's not many people who solo dev to this extent, you know. There's only a couple. Or at least, you know, to this, this much. I don't know. Or on this scale. I'm proud of myself for making it as far as I've gotten, I think. I'm gonna start drawing again while I'm talking because I've had enough time to rest. But I'm proud of myself how far I've gotten, to be honest. I think I've done pretty well. I think I'm usually the type of person who will, I don't know, won't complete something creative project-wise. And that was really what I was worried about. Actually, when I bought my first digital art tablet, it was only like $500, maybe $200. It wasn't very expensive. But when I bought that thing, I was like, I thought it was the worst purchase I've ever made, because here's the thing that I'm going to put on my desk and never use. And instead, it became something that I used until it fell apart, literally. And then I bought a new, fancier version. It was like, it was the first time that kind of thing ever happened. And I really did not think I had it in me. Like, I had immediate buyer's remorse when I bought it. And I've done, I've tried to do like writing before. I don't know. I was just trying to do anything I could to get away from the career path that I had chosen, because it was not fulfilling in the slightest to me, right? I think that's one of the reasons I enjoyed this so much, is because this is very fulfilling. I don't feel like I'm wasting my life when I'm doing this. I actually feel like I'm doing something with my life, as opposed to when I'm working my construction job or that nuclear job. I'm sitting there like, I know I'm making money, and but I feel like I'm dying slowly at that job. That's what it feels like to me. And every person I talk to is like slowly driving me insane and making me hate people more and more, because so much of it is just bad people and politics. I don't know. That's what it feels like. That's what my life was like before I started doing things that actually made me happy again. I basically, leaving high schools when I gave up on this kind of thing, all creative pursuit, until I was 28 years old. I think I was 28. Yeah, I was 28 years old before I stopped ignoring that and started doing it again. But I let my dad convince me that, artwork would never pay, right? Like, he was trying so hard to get me into a craft job, which honestly, it makes a lot of sense, everything he said. But because it made so much sense is why I did it. And why I've reached this point in my life where I'm thinking that was the worst decision I ever made. And if I'd have just started with this immediately, who knows where I would be. I don't know. You can say all that, but you can also say my life experiences also kind of like influence my art. And if I was just doing art as an ignorant teenager who hadn't joined the military or gone around the world or seen some really fucked up shit, I don't know, maybe nothing I have to share would be that interesting too. So who's to say? Like, life's funny. You can't really just say with certainty if one little change would have changed everything, because it might have changed it for the worse too. Yeah. I want this game to be successful. Between you and me, I hope this thing does so well that I can just do this for the rest of my life and not be stressed out by money for the rest of it. I'm not very good at being poor. I mean, I've kind of been poor in my life, so I can be a little poor, but once I get like really poor, I go insane. I don't handle it very well. I stress out and I'll probably die of a heart attack. And there's nothing I can do to convince myself that everything will be okay, because I'm not that type of person. I have to have money. I don't know why. But I think if I can prove that I can make enough off of this to sustain myself confidently, I would just be tickled to death. But I do promise, after this game is done, I will go back to little teeny projects for a while, because I'll have all the skills, I'll have the work ethic, I'll just need to not do such a large project again. I defend that doing the large project was the correct decision in my case. Probably would not work out for everybody, but it worked for me. Yeah. I don't know. I've always living through depression, and anxiety have always been a part of me. So it's really like, how do I lessen it as much as possible? I talked a bit earlier about, like, while I was doing this, how important it is that I finish the animations on this. Because the animation part is the part that I don't like. Like, doing the sketches of these guys is what drives me crazy. It infuriates me. It makes me really irritable. because I have a lot of trouble making things look right and making them have the motion they're supposed to have. After I get past this, I love animation. Everything else about it. I love doing line work. I love coloring and masking and shading. All that's great. You don't even have to think about it. It's just like grinding in a video game to me. So when I say it's so important that I finish the sketch part and do not stop, because if I ever stop in the middle of it, every day it takes me to start it back up again, it just becomes harder and harder to do it. And now I'm starting to recognize that, like, there are certain things that I need to, when I start them, I have to have the attitude of finish this as, you know, as quickly as possible, or it's not just as quickly as possible, but do not stop, basically. If I stop in the middle of this, I'm going to royally screw myself and make it hard to finish it. It's like, to me, is if you play JRPGs, if you ever played one and you stopped a couple, you know, halfway through it, picking it back up again is like nigh impossible. You're basically better off just starting over from scratch. This is kind of like that, but I think it's even worse. So I think I'm starting to recognize, like, the things that are a problem and how I should approach it, like, mentally. And that's going to be important because I'm about to do bosses, and bosses are full of this kind of sketching thing. So every time I start a boss sketch, I'm logging, I got to lock it in my head that we're in this until there are no breaks until it's done. Then I can take a break after the sketching's done, I'll take a break. But while I'm doing it, I'm just going to be miserable, and I need to accept it. Let the chickens out. Oh my God, I forgot you have chickens. You do, don't you? That's right, you have a chicken game, don't you? I remember that. I like chickens. I never got into chickens. I mean, I don't know. I could buy chickens. They're a lot of work. I don't have a schedule that supports chickens very well either. I stay up all night, sleep during the day. Chickens kind of need food every day at a reliable time. Damn, it got heavy tonight. This has been a heck of a day. Or, it's been a heck of a stream. Just animating and talking. We're doing a really cool monster, I think. I really like this guy. I'm glad I did it. Though, it was irritating me a lot when I was doing the sketch part. Especially because the pen wasn't working very well. But we're past that now, and now we're just doing this. This is the fun part. And I think the cool part is there's no sketching until I do bosses. So I'm in the clear now. This was really it. Okay, I say that. The new monsters, they have certain frames, but they're not animations. It's like sketching animations is the hard part. Sketching normally, that's not that bad. It's when you're trying to make it animate and stay on form. That's the part bugs me. But I think all the creatures that I just decided that I wanted to make, they're not really, I'm cheating animations pretty well. For a throwing animation, I already know what it's going to be like. It's going to be like that one enemy in the caves of Castlevania. So I'm just going to look at that and do the exact same thing as that enemy throwing, or for our golems throwing boulders. Man, I know when I've had a good stream, my throat starts killing me by the end of it. I've done a lot of talking tonight. 4 hours now, and we've done twice what I thought I was gonna do. Maybe we'll finish the line work. I don't know. I probably won't finish the line work. I think I'll stop after this one or the next one. Finish the rest of the line work tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking about this. It really is going to be several months before I'm done with backgrounds and bosses. It seems very unlikely that the money that I have now will last that long. I have 15,000. I mean, if I'm really frugal, like I stop buying anything right now, if my water heater goes out, I'm just going to be taking cold showers. God, I thought that was somebody putting their hand on my shoulder. I almost freaked the fuck out. Anxiety. It just started sliding. I was like, somebody's here. Somebody's behind me. That's the worst dream ever. I can actually see behind me too on screen, so that should never happen. But I wasn't looking at it. Anyway, what was I talking? Oh yeah, if I'm really... Why did it change to the marker? I think I was erasing. If I'm really frugal with my funds, yeah, and I don't make any big purchases. If my truck manages not to fall apart on me and last another year, I could probably stretch this money pretty long. I've made money stretch in the past pretty well. I've lived off of... I was actually really impressed. I lived off of $5,000 for like what felt like a full or a half a year just by not spending any money. And I did that pretty well. So if I could do that, I could definitely make it more than a year. I would just have to, like, all luxury items go away. Stop buying things. I say, after I just bought that Omnisphere thing, but that was for the game too. I think I'm going to need that. I can't buy anything more when it comes to audio stuff. I have to make what I bought work. And then basically I have to, I don't know, do other methods. Cheap, inexpensive methods. Basically I need to just start money pinching as much as possible. I don't know. I'm starting to feel like I might be able to do this. I think the big danger is getting... yeah, the big danger is I get almost to releasing and then I run out of money just before I'm about to. Because I know for a fact when you release a game on Steam or whatever, it takes like... It could take upwards of between like a month or 3 months before you even receive any of the money that it makes. So it's not like, you know, I release a game and I'm saved. It's more like I need to have some money that lasts for a while. Between which, also, you don't know, think about it. If I get a publisher, which is what I wanted to do, I could ask for like the money to help finish it as well. I mean, that's what a publisher does. And, you know, by the time I go looking for a publisher, the game will be almost finished, so it should be pretty attractive to a publisher. And they would help me with marketing, which is something I really don't want to do. I'm not a marketing guy. I hate social media. Maybe that would be the solution, is we get to, like, after a year, I have enough of the game that I can go start searching for publishers, and I might be able to just have a publisher willing to fund the final part of my game. Everything that I've looked up about publishers tells me that I want a publisher. Apparently, the money that a publisher takes as their cut from a game almost always, almost. But yeah, like, I don't know exactly, but it's like 90% of the time you're going to make more money having a publisher and giving them a cut than not. So I'm going under that assumption. As long as it's a good one. You don't want to get like a publisher that's just there to rip you off and take your IP and everything. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try and get a good publisher if I do bother with one. And that's another thing about like running low on money is you're susceptible to shady offers when you're low on money. That's one of the reasons I like having money, because, or I don't like large payment things like when you're paying for a truck or a car for, you know, several years. I never buy vehicles like that, because this is the reason I can live off of my money for so long is I have no payments. This house paid for, my car paid for. I bought my car for like $3,000 on Craigslist. That's kind of why it's breaking down now too. But most of the stuff that happens to the truck I can fix. When the transmission goes out, I'm kind of fucked. But the majority of it I can just do it myself. But yeah, when you end up like you have all these payments you have to pay for, I feel like it will ruin your life, because it's not just you need to make money, but it's also when you're at work, you'll feel trapped. And like you can't lose your money, right? Like we're getting philosophical kind of here now, but yeah, if you owe a lot of money and you have to make payments, or you'll lose your car or you'll lose your house, like you can get trapped in really bad environments if you're not careful with that kind of thing. That's why I've always been against credit, like in general. I've seen it happen to a lot of people too. They just get in debt, and then their whole brain breaks down, and they become like this horrible person to even work with or work for. I'm not going to get in that kind of situation. I refuse. I would rather go begging for my job. I don't know. The problem with the job right now is I've got the dog. The dog makes it hard to get a job where I'm out of town. Like I can't just dump my dog off on family, right? And I can't, like I'm going out of town to work, so I have to get a house where I can have the dog. Hopefully with a yard, so I don't have to like chain her up. I don't want to do anything like that. But I definitely can't pay for like a sitter or a pet motel, because those things are ridiculously expensive. I don't know. Yeah, the dog is making this a little bit difficult, but I love the dog too, so I don't think it's not worth it. She's worth the trouble, but she is trouble. I also hate the idea of my dog just being alone for like, when I work out of town, I'm working like between 72 and I don't know, 78 hours a week. So yeah, it doesn't leave a lot of time for fetch. Usually I just come home, I eat whatever fast food I was able to get, and I go to sleep, and then I wake up and do it all over again. There's no free time at all. There's one day off. Sometimes. Or yeah, mostly. There's one day off. You gotta have a day off. But even on that day off, I won't want to do anything. Like, I'll just want to like lay there and maybe watch Netflix. And I kind of have to do that because it's a de-stress. There's no way I could do anything stressful. But I say that. That's also, on your one day off is the only day you get to go do laundry and to go do anything you need to do. So even, you don't even get that luxury most of the time. Usually I'm off going to a laundromat or doing any other kind of crap that needs to be done. So it becomes very stressful to do that job. for a month or two. I say that. I'm just talking about a month or two. I have actually done this job. Like, I did it for like 5 years between, not 5 years. I did it, I would say 4 years. I did it nonstop. So I was literally working that kind of schedule, like nonstop. That was the worst thing I've ever done to my sanity ever. By the end of it, I quit and I walked out, and the boss man was like, "Yeah, that happens." Like, he was basically like that. He was like, "Yeah, most people, they go crazy if they do this for too long. You need to just stop for a while and then come back." So he understood completely. He's like, that's why it's usually just old people too. You don't get a lot of young people doing that job, because yeah, I'm like wasting my youth doing a job and nothing else. I did make a lot of money at that time. I was able. That's where I got like all this extra property. I had like. I put a lot into this game, by the way. I had like 10 acres of land, and I sold it recently to help me to make this game. So that's what I'm living off of right now, is all the money I made from all of that time, basically. I liquidated that. But then again, that property I bought was pretty shit. It was in a very bad part of a town. Yeah. So it wasn't really like a great property, but it was value. But anyway, I sold it, and right now that's what I'm living off of. So basically, all that heartache that I went through for those 4 years is going into making this game as well. So if this game isn't successful, I feel like I'm losing. Oh my god, I shouldn't think about this. This is kind of making me sick now that I think about it this way. Like, all of my life has been building up to this game. The more I think about it, I'm putting everything into this game. And if it's not successful, it's not just the time I spent working on it. It's all the time all the money I put into it as well is getting lost, and all the time I spent making that money. Oh man, I don't want to think about that. That's scary, man. I'm driving myself crazy just thinking. What am I gonna do? Yeah, I know. I just don't know how to market my skill set at all. I don't know what to do with it. I've got all these skills and I don't know what to do with them. I don't know. I need this game to be successful. I really need this game to be successful. I'm doing that thing. I've watched, what was that one indie dev documentary? I know there's a really popular one. I remember watching that, and I was thinking, when they're at the point where they're releasing their games, they're like, this has got to be dramatized. These people, like, they're all, like, freaking out about it a lot. And now that I'm getting to that point, I'm like, I completely understand what they were thinking. Like the guys who made Fez and who made Super Meat Boy. I completely understand the feeling now. It really is kind of like putting everything into one product that you care too much about and saying, I hope y'all like it. Because I really need you to like it, please. Oh my god. I don't like this. We should stop talking about this. It'll be fine. I think I'm thinking about this too, like critically too. This was supposed to be a fun hobby. Let's make sure it stays that. There's no point doing this if it's not enjoyable, right? So I'm gonna go back to, this is a fun hobby. Yes, I am slowly going poor. and I'm putting all of my free time into this. I have 0 relationships in life. What's up for you, comedy? Thanks for being here, by the way. But no, for real, I don't know. I mean, that's not true, but it's mostly true. Not like normal relationships, right? Not like what a normal person's life's supposed to be like. We can discuss other stuff. I don't know. I got nothing else. I'm animating. There's never anything to talk about while you're animating. I say as I'm suffering from a sore throat right now from talking all night long. What else could I talk about that's fun? I don't know. I want to keep pursuing this line of thought, even though it's kind of bad, but it's also good in the fact that I get to straighten my head about like what I'm trying to accomplish here, and not. I don't know. I find working through things that disturb you can be very healthy too. Like, I can rearrange my thoughts by expressing them, as opposed to if you keep them buried. I think it can be a lot more negative for you. Well, I don't know. COVID's kind of screwed some of that stuff up too. It's terrible in America right now. I don't know. I've been talking on Reddit or sharing. There's not much of like a game dev community or creative community. I mean, there's some in my area. And there's like hobbyists, but most of this stuff is done in California, right? California and New York. Like if you want to find more, and then that's where all like conventions and I don't know, PAX and all that kind of stuff tend to take place very far away from where I live, basically. So I've never really considered that an option. Of like actually meeting other game devs in person. I meet them on here. I've been amazed by how many European game devs and animators I've met on here. I don't know why. Well, probably because I usually stream late at night and early in the morning, so that would be why. But it does seem like the concentration of creative people is more on that side of the world to me. Which I find unusual. You think the game dev stuff would be more popular in America? Or at least even just like a hobbyist thing. I feel like people don't hobby game dev that much either. They treat it as either a career path or you don't mess with it. But it's a great hobby too, right? I think it's starting to get more and more like that though, with the especially with like Game Maker being more Unity and Game Maker being more accessible. More people are doing it just for fun. I mean, that's why I started doing it. Is it was just going to be a hobby, and then it kind of like grew into more than that. So I'm not really one to talk. All right, that's all messed up. I don't know. I could try and grow a studio too. That is an option. I don't like that idea. I would have to lead people. I hate leading people. I'm very much the type of person. I get thrown into leadership positions a lot, and I always hate it. I'm more of the type of person that I expect everybody to just be able to take care of themselves, and I find out on many occasions they cannot. It seems like. Why do you need me to tell you everything you need to do? Just don't you pay attention? Go do something. It just drives me crazy. I'm not much of a leader, I don't think. I don't know why. I tend to get shoehorned into it. I think it's because I'm a strong personality. But really, I prefer just being a loner most of the time, if I had my way. But then, nothing ever gets done, so I get frustrated. And then I have to take over. I don't know. I like the hobbyist. I still kind of consider myself a hobbyist, even though that's not true when you're not working on anything but this. At this point, I've definitely breached past hobbyist. I consider myself a hobbyist until the day I make money. I think that's what's making me iffy about it, is because can I really say I'm a professional game dev if I've never made a cent off of it? I feel like you have to sell a game first before you can say, no, yeah, I do it as a job. It's a weird thing, because how do you do a job when you don't make any money off of it and you just assume that at some point it will pay off all the work that you did? It's a weird thing that I've been like coming to terms with. Like, am I a professional? I guess I am technically. I'm putting the time into it. It just feels weird to think of myself that way too. I mean, I've had to do that because I've had to convince my dad that, no, I'm not just not doing anything. I'm doing a job. I'm just not making any money doing the job. And that drives my dad insane. He's like, he thinks that I've gone into some sort of horrid depression and I need saving. It's like, no, I'm doing something. It's just not making any money at all. But I'm doing it a lot. So don't worry. Hopefully it works out. See, okay, I want to ask you, what platforms have you released on again? You have experience, valuable experience that I would be interested in. I would love, I'm going to have to watch you stream sometime, because I think it would be better to hear your thoughts on, like, just selling games. Because this is something I still haven't done, right? I've never made a Steam page. I've never released a game. I don't know what happens when my game fails to load on somebody else's computer. Like, it works on my computer and every computer I have. How the hell do I fix your problem, right? That kind of stuff kind of freaks me out, because I'm like, how do you learn to fix that, you know? Oh, look. The dragonfly thing works really well. That's cool. I don't know why it's not going to kill him. Is it broken? It's gonna wait until I get back up. Oh, there we go. Anyway, I was looking at Gopa right there. For money, really only Android Play. Okay. And that phone thing, I see it's a good idea. Personally, I look for games that you can pay for and do not have all that like pay to play stuff. If I was to do a phone game, but at this point, I don't bother with it. I put a Game Boy emulator on my phone, and since I did that, I don't buy games on phone. I just hate mobile games. I hate the payment model that they go for and the ad revenue, and I just don't like any of that. I like the days when mobile games where you pay for it and you got it. You know, the way they've monetized it is not me. And usually the games I find are they're really not fun. But then again, maybe I'm just playing bad games. But it feels like any of those mobile games, they're like designed to suck as much money as possible. And to me, it's just, I don't even get enjoyment from this in the first place. I don't know how anybody puts money into this. So I have a negative opinion of mobile stores entirely, even though I do understand that it is a massive market. And it's probably a smart idea to market on that platform. Like honestly, when I sell this game, I have to put it on, it's got to go on Switch and console. I don't know how to do that stuff. Hopefully it's not too hard, but that's where I would definitely make more money there than on Steam, because Metroidvanias are huge on like the Switch. They just make buttloads more money. Like World of Warcraft, yeah. Have you tried releasing anything on Steam? I mean, you got a bunch of small games. I don't see why you wouldn't just throw them on Steam and just, like, for me, it seems like you want to release on as many platforms as possible. But I don't know how it works either. Like, I would throw my stuff on GLG and Steam and itch.io, anything that I could. I mean, yours are made for the phone, but that's true. They're made for the phone. That you'd have to do extra work if you want to, like, adapt them to PC too, right? I don't really understand it. Switch isn't that hot anymore. I mean, that might be true. I'm kind of out of loop with game stuff too. Ever since my major news guy died. Rip TB. Oh, there's TB right there. World of Warcraft. I miss TB. He's how I learned everything, and now that he's gone, I don't know what the hell's going on in gaming mostly. Every new I don't know, every like news YouTube thing that I've looked at, it's just not as good as TB was, in my opinion. You can still, what you can do, I think I suggested this to you before, or maybe it was, no, I suggested this to another person. You take all those games that you can sell, put them in a big bundle, and just call it like, you know, Comedy Reflux game bundle. People love the idea of getting a bunch of small games. And, you know, it feels like they're getting the money worth. Then if you just put it at a small amount of money, you could make some money off of those old games. Like, I wouldn't abandon the idea of trying to milk them for every penny they're worth. And the cool thing about that, too, is you might, like, who knows, one of them might be a standout and actually do really well. I mean, you don't know. Maybe one of them just kind of like gets a good following, and then they demand more, and it's like, okay, I'll make you an even better version of it. I mean, you know, that's kind of like, but you never know if you don't try. Okay, Android games made in a wholly different engine. See, that is an actual concern, like, or that is a big concern. If it would take so much work that you have to rewrite it to even get it working, then I absolutely understand. You'd be better off just making some new Steam exclusives. But you do still have the artwork, you know, from those previous games, right? So that's an idea. If you want to make things fast and easy, is you just make PC versions and use all the old stuff you have. Maybe add some new levels to stretch them out. I don't know. It is kind of, it's a thing. Yeah, you do whatever. Like, I get it. I'm just, personally, I try and stretch what I have as far as I could take it. I think the Bethesda did really well with Skyrim, man. That shit's on everything. And they made a lot of money off of that one game. As much as they could. Like, it's on the fridge. It's in VR. It's an updated version of it. You gotta respect that. Oh, bone rigging. Yeah, I talked shit about that last time, didn't I? I think when I said it, I was a little mean on it. I think it's good. The way I see spline or bone rigging is, I think of it like CGI in movies. Like, if you have a monster in a movie and they like overly use CGI, I always get the feeling like this would have been better if they just used more practical effects. So I always approach it in like that kind of thinking. It can be, and now it can be amazing for certain things. Like, I think bone rigging is the best way to do like vegetation if you're going to make like swaying bushes and stuff. And just even some enemies, like if you want to do like a tail moving around, like frame by frame is probably not the way to go. You would just have a smoother and nicer animation. So I think using them both is good. The reason I'm hard on it is because I think it's something you don't want to fall into because it's easier. It's easier, and it can come off as cheap if you rely on it too much. Don't completely abandon your frame by frame, or people are going to look at it and just like go, eh. Or, you know, they're going to go, you know, it looks like a mobile game. I mean, you're making mobile games, but that's just how I kind of see it. So whenever I see that in like a game that somebody, I'm always on Reddit and looking at like the indie games that people are posting on there. And when I see that kind of animation, I'm like, this just looks a little lazy. And I mean, you know, it looks all right, but I just don't like that. I don't really like that kind of animation either. Whenever I see a character who's got like a stiff arm and they slash a sword, I'm just like, ah. But then again, I'm very biased towards frame by frame too. So I think I am a little too critical. I think I do that because I'm more critical of keeping myself from taking lazy routes with my own animation. I tend to drag things around and copy and paste a little more than I should. So I like to say that like the more free flowing it is, the better it will appear, and the more work will look like it's been put into it. So I'm not like totally dissing it. And you are right that it is definitely the more economic, efficient way. And a lot of people are doing it, so it's becoming kind of its own like art style too. Like, so many people are doing it. Honestly, I think so many people are doing that kind of animation that it's going to make mine stand out even more. Because now it's like, oh, I haven't seen this kind of animation in a while. That's cool. When honestly, this was just the previous style. I haven't messed with it yet. I want to do it when I get to doing like trees and bushes and stuff like that. I want to play around with it. I want to find a free version if I can, or something cheap at least. But I remember Zilka used Spline and it was pretty cool. I think I would do swaying trees and leaves and bushes and stuff like that. Grass, anything that like, I think it has a gentle sway, looks really good with that kind of animation. And anything that has big movements, I feel like you are much better off doing a frame by frame. Like sword attacks and jumping around. Yeah. I'm not so concerned about the selling point as I am just like the way it looks at an initial impression. It's funny the ways people are cheating that too. I swear, Ori and the Blind Forest had me completely fooled. When I was playing it, I was like, this is the most beautiful 2D animation I've ever seen. Yeah, no, that's a joke. It's all 3D. But it looks 2D and it's fucking gorgeous. It's like they're cheating! And it's really good and I'm jealous. Yeah, Ori blew me away. When I was playing it, it almost was like I was playing it as I was just starting to make my game. I think. Or maybe it was a little past that, but yeah, I was looking at like the sprites and stuff and it was just blowing me away that anybody drew any of that stuff. And then I found out like it was all 3D models that had been made in the 2D. Like sprites. I mean, there's some 2D stuff in there too, but the majority of their stuff was done that way. Still haven't played Ori. I still haven't played Hollow Knight, and that's a game that is almost defining now. I still need to play it. Ori was good. I liked it. I haven't played the new Ori. I'm behind on new games, or new Metroidvanias at least. Well, most new games as well. I don't know. A lot of it's like a big time sink that I just don't have to, so I get it. I've actually got Hollow Knight installed on my computer, and I have Owlboy. Those are the two that I bought them at some point, and I just have not been willing to dive into them. Because if I do play them, I want to actually play them. I'm not the type of person that likes to play for a few hours and then stop. I'm more the type that just plays a game from start to finish over the course of a week or something, right? Or however long it takes to do it. I find that that's just how I like to do it. So if I don't feel like I have the time commitment, I usually don't mess around with a new game. When it's that style of game. There are some games that are really good for short play times. Lately I've been playing Minecraft again. Oddly enough, one of my first YouTube videos I've ever subscribed to, or first YouTube channels I ever subscribed to, he started releasing Minecraft content again, which is, you know, what he made 11 years ago. And I was watching it and I was like, you know what, I haven't looked at Minecraft since it was in alpha or beta, and they've made a lot of new stuff, and I was like, I'd like to give it a shot. And I've been playing it just off and on as like it's a good relaxing game, de-stress game. And you got to respect the guy who made it. I mean, you're looking at successful titles. There's a really good one. Damn, that guy hit it off well. I got to look at Minecraft before it got popular. I saw an article of it in like a Game Informer magazine. And I was looking at the article and I was like, this looks interesting. I like how you get to place these little blocks around and stuff. And then I looked up YouTube videos to see what it was about, and I bought it. And then all of a sudden, that game was defining childhoods like Legos did for me. It's crazy how that was. I was like, damn, this isn't just a game. This is like I don't know. This is a phenomenon. That's what it is. I've seen a couple phenomenon. Phenomenon are weird, aren't they? When they come, and especially if you get into a phenomenon before it becomes one, like Pokemon Go. I saw on Reddit or something, somebody was talking about they just released the alpha of Pokemon Go, and I went outside and caught my first Pokemon, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Where do I find that? And I got it, and I was looking at it, and it was like, there's a Charmander across the street. And I was like, get the fuck out. I'm going to go get it. And I ran into my neighbor's yard, and I caught a Charmander, and it was really cool. And I was like, this is great. And then the game, like, the client crashed or whatever, and the server wouldn't come up, but once every 2 hours, you could actually play it for about 5 minutes, and it would crash again. But damn, it was fun for a moment. But wow, the phenomenon that game caused in America was nuts. I had never. That was crazy. I go downtown, and it was like people were everywhere catching Pokemon. I didn't know there were so many nerds around. It was crazy. It was a wild experience. I feel like that was a game that really squandered what it could have been. I wanted so much more out of that Pokemon mobile thing. Could you imagine if that game was actually a Pokemon game and it was not made by Niantic, but made by Nintendo instead? That game would have been, it would have been more than just a phenomenon. It would have been like insane. Like if it had actual Pokemon battling in it and actual like training and leveling. I mean, they've added some stuff like that since, but no, that's definitely more of a mobile title than it is a Pokemon game. It's its own thing. But I so desperately wanted like an actual Pokemon experience from it. Instead, I got a Charmander that was completely useless. I could never find another Charmander because apparently they're just not in my area. At least that's how it was. So, and at the time, you couldn't level it up. So yeah, I just had my poor little starter Pokemon who was way behind anything else I was catching. I mean, I still hung on to him, and I got him all the way up to a Charmeleon. He's almost a Charizard, and before I abandoned it and stopped playing that game. Oh, you missed what I was saying? Well, yeah, you missed a bunch of stuff. I went on a big rant. It's too late. I've come too far. My sore's getting, my throat's getting way too sore to talk, so I'm about to end this. I did another animation. I'm proud of myself. There's many more. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop here. Less than a Pokemon. I mean, I was into Pokemon Red and Blue. Well, Red was the one that I had when it come out on Game Boy. I never got into any of the other ones. But when Pokemon was out, everybody was into it in my school. Because everybody had the cards and everything, and they're always trading and playing. So I did the card collecting, but after a little while, it definitely did it fell out of favor pretty quick. I did it long enough. I don't know, maybe like a year or two. But after that, it was like you just stop. And then they release all these new Pokemon. I never liked any of the new generation of stuff. That was kind of weird. But then Pokemon Go come out and it had all the original first generation stuff again. So it was perfect for pulling people like me in. I enjoyed the game. The idea of it's cool. It was a lot better than Digimon. I remember I was into my Tamagotchi, but that thing is annoying to take care of. All it did is whine and shit constantly. Wasn't really fun at all. But Pokemon it was cool having like all these creatures and stuff you can catch. Alright, well that's it for me. You gonna do any streaming today? Your first game was a different take on Tamagotchi. I have an idea for something similar to Tamagotchi and Pokemon that I want to do at some point. I want to do a gritty Pokemon game. So instead of, basically, there's this book I read where like a kid he comes over to the new world or whatever, and he has to like take care of a house while his dad brings his family over. But he's in America in the wilderness all alone, and it's just this very like hard setting where eventually the kid like gets into some trouble, but some Native Americans help him out. But the idea of that game interests me, and I love the idea. If I mix Pokemon into that game, basically it's like a Pokemon game, but instead of like monster battles, it's more like pit fights. So I want to turn the person playing the game into a monster, but you have to be a monster. Otherwise, your whole family's going to suffer, basically. So you've got to train these things and force them to fight to the death and shit. I think it's a cool idea. And I don't think, not that I can think of, that anybody's done like a really dark themed Pokemon like that. And I think that's just an interesting idea. I like the thought of it. So I would do something like your monsters have permadeath and stuff. Basically, I mean, there has been an example. It would be like Darkest Dungeon, but instead of Pokemon, those were people. But yeah, no, I'd like to do something that's like a really gritty Pokemon. I think it would be fun. Don't know how to stream art anymore. It's easy. You just talk about random shit, Pokemon and whatever, and you do art occasionally, but really you're just like trying to avoid it as much as possible. No, I agree with you. Animation is the most boring thing to stream ever. I mean, well, it's good right now because there's somebody in here talking, but when you're streaming for several hours and you're just talking to yourself, I treat it like a diary now. I think that's the best way to stream. Just talk about your day and, you know, stuff that you would write in a diary. I find it's actually kind of cathartic when you do it that way. It's kind of how I treat it. And since I've been uploading it on YouTube, it feels like it's less temporary, right? It's like now it's permanent and anybody can look at it at any time down the road. And it's cool that I really regret all the streams that I lost, because I've streamed this game almost from the start. There was probably a month I was making the game that I wasn't streaming, but most of the way in I just like started doing the streams while I was doing it, and then I've been doing it since. But all that stuff got erased, right? Twitch only backs it up for like a month, and it seems like a shame because there's a lot of early versions that I have no records of or anything. Just seems like a waste to do all that content and it's gone forever. But on YouTube it stays there and you can look at it anytime. Pocket Monster. Oh yeah, just Monster. Alright man, I'm getting off of here. 4.5 hours, that's not bad. I mean, that's like 2.5 hours longer than I thought I was going to do. I don't know if anybody else is streaming right now. One thing I hate about the dashboard is you can't see your normal Twitch panel. You have to click on like raid channel to see who's actually online. Nobody's online that I follow, so I'm just going to end it. Yeah, doing line work for this guy. I'm going to do masking, I'm going to do shading and coloring, and then after all that's done, I'm going to do any detail pieces, and basically all the variants, but some of these guys have stripes, and some are different sizes, and then there's a crater version, which is very different. Yeah, some of them have armor on, which, well, there's maybe like one type will have armor on it, so this guy has got a lot of work left to do. I'll be working on this for a couple days yet. But hey, thanks for stopping by. Take care. Later.